Chapter 546. So, Helos slowed down the progress of the siege again, cutting down trees to make siege weapons. The people of Rockley, who were confronting Corunna's army, wanted to help the Dionia's impending attack on Medmar, but they were powerless. What worried them even more was that once the Dionia captured Medmar, the Daily army would surge out of the ancient road from the west to the east, and Rockley's situation would become very dangerous. So, Rockley sent 550 or clippers, taking a huge risk, paying the heavy price of 2 being sunk and 2 being captured, to break through the blockade of the Dionysian fleet and enter the port of Sirius. Only then did Dionysius realize that he was not the only one who had used the peace talks to stall for time. Divers had not been idle either. Not only had he forced Corunna to surrender, but he had also dared to divide his forces and defeat Rockley's army while besieging Dionysius. He had easily taken down Trenna and Hyhernian, and even Medma was in danger. He had completely separated Silent Land and Rockley. From this, it could be seen that the Devers were not sincere about the peace talks. This discovery pained Dionysius. Obviously, this young consul was not as naive as his age and politics, but as sinister as his military command. While he was numbing himself, he was rapidly devouring the forces of Syracuse's allies in Greece, hoping to completely annihilate his army here. Aware of the Devers' true intentions, Dionysius would not sit still and wait for his death. No matter when the reinforcements would arrive, he had to be prepared first. The next day, Antonios met with the subordinate sent by Antroporus, the head of the Devers' intelligence department in Sicily. He brought Antroporus' suggestion. He hoped that Antonios could use Megalo as bait to lure Syracuse and its allies to attack, so as to create a void in the internal defenses of Catanae, Leontini, Syracuse, and other city-states, creating the conditions for Dionysius's opponents to riot. After roughly understanding the arrangements of the major city-states in eastern and central Sicily, and in order to reduce the obstacles of future attacks, Antonios agreed after some consideration. While waiting for the enemy to attack, he released the old people, women, and children who had been imprisoned in Sicily. On the one hand, it was to reduce food consumption, and on the other hand, it was to let these people bring a message to the people of Sicily. Dionia came to Sicily only to take revenge on the people of Syracuse who had invaded Great Greece. They had no intention of invading the territory of any city-state, nor did they have any intention of becoming enemies with other city-states. They were willing to overthrow the tyrannical rule of Dionysius together with the city-states of Sicily. Antonios also sent a brave man from Naxos to Tauromenion in the north to convey the same message. However, the messengers that were sent out did not return, which showed that the Campanian mercenaries were hostile to Dionia. But the mercenaries did not leave the city and go down the mountain to attack the refugees that were moving eastward along the Alcatara Valley. These refugees were entering Megalo in an endless stream and were warmly welcomed by the soldiers of the First Legion in the town. Antonio's available soldiers gradually became more plentiful. He let Laodigian, Lacy, and Paretus settle down the newcomers, while at the same time mobilizing the young men and giving them leather shields and bayonets. In less than 2 days, he had nearly 2,000 reserve soldiers under his command. That afternoon, just as Antonios was rejoicing over the increase in strength of his army, he received a report from a cavalry scout. There was an army with a large number of soldiers holding up a flag with a 3-legged pattern entering Secoli. Antonios knew that Syracuse's army was coming. Soon, the few scouts under his command were chased away by the Syracuse cavalry and had to retreat to the north bank of the Alcatara River. On the south bank, a few generals wearing colorful crowned helmets appeared, under the protection of their guards. They gestured towards Megalo and stayed for a while before leaving. Antonios knew that the war would come in a day or two. Even if it was too late today for Syracuse to attack, there would definitely be a fierce battle in Megalo tomorrow. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and carefully recalled the deployment he had made over the past 2 days to see if he had overlooked anything. The next day, the weather was clear and windless, perfect for battle. This was not good news for Antonios. He hoped that it would rain heavily, but that would undoubtedly make it more difficult for Syracuse to attack Megalo, especially when the Alcanara River was swollen. It would be a headache for Syracuse, even across the river. By noon, the sentries on the watchtower could already see the billowing dust and smoke in the south. But the first place to discover the enemy was the port, where Syracuse's fleet had appeared on the sea. Antonios did not show any unusual emotions when he received the news, but he knew very well that Syracuse was advancing on land and sea to cut off the First Legion's retreat and reinforcements. They were going to surround and annihilate the First Legion. So, he hurriedly asked, "How many three-oared warships are there?" "I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to be less than ours," the sentries on the port's lighthouse replied. Unlike troops on land, a fleet at sea could occupy a dozen miles of the sea when sailing, and could not be clearly detected by the fixed watchtowers on the shore. Antonios naturally knew a little about this. He could not be of much help in a battle at sea, so he could only rely on Sicilian. "Have the citizens and patrols at the port retreat to the town immediately," Antonios immediately ordered. The port was not within the town of Megalo, nor was it protected by the city walls. With an army pressing down on the border, there was no need to waste limited manpower to protect a port that was impossible to defend. He had to concentrate his forces to deal with the upcoming land attack. Even if the Syracuse fleet wanted to land on the coast near the port and burn the port that was used to transport supplies for his First Legion, he could not care less at this moment. But the Syracuse fleet did not land on the port, nor did they burn it. For the past 2 days, the Sicilian merchant ships that traveled this route had already informed Syracuse of the situation. Every morning, the Dionia fleet would depart from Liguim, arrive at the port of Megalo, and patrol until the afternoon before returning to Liguim. So, unless the commander of Syracuse's navy was an idiot if they landed on the port at this time, the ships anchored at the dock would become practice targets for the Dionysian fleet that arrived later. The commander of this Syracuse fleet was called Peronices. He was born in Syracuse's aristocratic family. He was also one of Dionysius's friends who, along with Hierolyse, had strongly supported Dionysius's ascension to the throne. He was quite talented in commanding ships, so when the navy led by Leptinus was defeated by Carthage, the people of Syracuse had called for him to be the new commander of the navy. However, when Dionysius led the army to invade Greece, he still appointed his brother as the commander of the navy. This made Peronices unhappy. He thought that this was Dionysius helping his brother to regain his reputation. Everyone knew that Dionia's fleet was weak, and victory was a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, the news of the repeated defeats of the navy of Syracuse came. Peronices was shocked, but at the same time, he was also able to vent his anger. This time, in order to eliminate the Dionia that had landed on land, Philistos had deliberately chosen Peronices to be the commander of the navy in consideration of the resentment of the civilians and freedmen in the bay towards the city-state. He wanted to use his prestige among the sailors to make the attack on the sea smoother, and Peronices also wanted to use a great victory to prove to Dionysius that his choice was wrong. At this time, the warships of Syracuse were anchored on the sea outside the port, their bows facing north, waiting for the arrival of the Dionysian fleet. The Dionysian fleet was moving south along the east coast of Sicily. Day after day, the repetitive tasks of escorting the Lygian fleet and patrolling the sea near Megalo had made Sicilian a little tired. Seeing the Dionia's land forces attacking the enemies of Greece on a large scale, besieging cities and seizing strongholds, and achieving brilliant results, while the navy, which had laid the foundation for the victory of the Dionia alliance, could only assist the land forces in such insignificant tasks as escorting and patrolling. Sicilian felt helpless. If it were not for the importance of this expedition to Sicily, he would rather stay in Lygum and let his subordinates do this boring task for him. Just as he sat on the deck, wondering if he should continue to explore the port of Syracuse after escorting the fleet this time, the lookout on the mast suddenly shouted, "There's a fleet ahead! Many warships!" Hearing this, Sicilian immediately got up. The only fleet that could appear in this sea area could only be from Syracuse. He finally got excited. "Syracuse's fleet is attacking. Blow the bugle, let's go." At this time, the captain of the flagship said worriedly, "General, Syracuse has come prepared. I'm afraid they have more warships than us, and our warships don't even have crows on them. Do you think for the time being—" "Shut up," Sakelian shouted and glared at him. With a look of anger, he reprimanded. "Why didn't I realize that you're a coward? You don't dare to fight on the sea without the crows. Are you still worthy of being a brave sailor? You might as well be a heavy infantry." A few decades ago, the weak navy of Athens could defeat the Persia, and the inexperienced navy of Sparta could defeat the navy of Athens. Today, I, Sakelian, can defeat the people of Syracuse without relying on infantry. Chapter 547. Blow the horn to attack. Raise the star-filled flag. Sicerian ordered again. Even though Sicerian was determined to advance, he was not reckless. He knew that the Dionysian fleet had only been established for a short period of time, and the cooperation between the warships was definitely not as good as the opponents. Hence, if he wanted to win, he had to take advantage of the fact that the sailors of the Ionian Navy had won consecutive battles. The sailors' morale was high, and they were in good condition. Then, he would charge forward bravely and engage in one-on-one combat, using their high morale to defeat the enemy. If he did as the captain said and temporarily retreated, not only would it dampen the sailors' morale, but there would also be troops from Syracuse on land attacking Merlo when the Syracuse fleet attacked. If the Dionysian fleet retreated in front of the enemy and ignored their allies, what awaited Sicerian after the battle would no longer be the smiling face of His Majesty the Devers, but the mercilessness of the Dionian military law. Thinking of this, he glared at the captain and said, "You're no longer suitable to be a captain. Go and be the lookout at the stern." Then, ignoring the captain's defense, he walked to the side of the ship and beckoned the clippers to come closer. He then shouted, "Tell the sailors of every warship that this is the last battle of the Ionian Navy in this war. It's also their last chance to earn merits and win glory and rewards from the Alliance. Don't miss this chance." When the boatswains of every warship relayed Sicerian's words, the sailors became emotional and shouted, "For victory, kill the people of Syracuse." During the 2 hours of sailing, the sailors rowed at a low speed. Now, it was as if they had just warmed up. They only finished their rations under the repeated urging of the boatswains. Under the burning passion of battle, the wooden oars in their hands seemed weightless. Under the direction of the piper, the sailors gradually increased the speed of the oars. At this moment, someone began to sing Hades' hymn. Soon, all the sailors sang in unison. The sacred and solemn lyrics were sung with great passion, piercing through the ship's hold and echoing on the blue sea. When the Dionysian fleet discovered traces of the enemy, Syracuse's fleet naturally saw them as well. Polonius had already arranged a double-column attack formation, so he immediately gave the order to attack. Logically speaking, Syracuse's warship was the first to attack. Regardless of whether it was the increase in speed of the warship or the speed of the warship, when both sides approached each other, they should have the advantage. But in fact, at the moment of contact, the speed of the Dionia warship was slightly faster than the Syracuse, which showed the difference in the enthusiasm of the sailors on both sides. The vast sea and the incessant crashing of the tides masked the collisions between the warships, making the battle at sea silent. On land, Macias led about 12,000 men from the Syracuse coalition army and arrived at the south bank of the Alcantara River. He did not immediately attack Magero as Antonios had expected. Instead, he ordered the army to stop advancing and get into formation. At the same time, he drove hundreds of carts to the front of the formation. When the soldiers on the Magero outpost saw so many carts, they finally understood why the Syracuse army made such a loud rumble when they advanced. Then, amidst the noisy neighing of the pack beasts, the sentinel saw the Syracuse soldiers laboriously moving ballista after ballista from the carts, and his eyes widened. "You're saying that the Syracuse army has deployed almost 100 ballistic cannons on the south bank of the Alcantara River?" Antonios tried to keep his expression calm when he heard the news, but the slight tremble in his voice could not conceal the shock in his heart. "Yes, Lord Commander. Not only did they deploy almost 100 ballistic cannons, but they also have a few abdomen archers. The sentinel replied. Before Antonio's could speak, the other captains looked at each other and said, "Why are there so many ballistic cannons? I'm afraid that Syracuse has moved all their ballistic cannons here. I heard from His Majesty that Syracuse was the first to invent ballistic cannons. Looks like the people of Syracuse are determined to wipe us out in Magero. Then we'll show them the power of the First Corps. Where are Syracuse's ballistic cannons? Can our ballista reach them?" The second captain, Xenoparis, asked a crucial question. "About 500 meters away from the southern wooden wall," the sentinel replied after some thought. "In other words, if Syracuse's ballista uses 5 kilograms of stone bullets, it can hit the southern wooden wall of Magero." Geogres immediately said worriedly, "And if we want to hit them with our ballista, we'll have to move them forward closer to the southern wooden wall. That's not good for the ballistic cannons, and we'll be vulnerable to attack. We only have 6 ballistic cannons." Originally, every corps of Dionia was equipped with 10 ballistic cannons. However, during the Battle of Crotone, the ballistic cannons and other equipment were left in the barracks on the northern bank of the Neto River. Following that, the main army quickly surrounded Siltam, so the First Corps did not have the time to retrieve their own ballistic cannons. In the end, it was the Devers who thought that the First Corps would definitely attack Sicily, so they hurriedly searched for 6 ballistic cannons from Syracuse's barracks that were still in good condition. After the engineers hurriedly repaired them, they handed them over to the First Corps. Syracuse's ballistic cannons were relatively large and cumbersome. They did not have a ruler or any other distance measuring device, so their accuracy was rather poor. However, they could fire stone bullets that weighed a maximum of 30 kilograms. It seems that the generals of Syracuse's army are very cautious and have a detailed understanding of our battle strategy. Antonio's was also a little worried. He said, "Let the soldiers hide first, and let them endure the initial bombardment of the ballista. We'll just have to wait for the enemy to attack the town." Before Antonio's could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions rang out continuously, causing the faces of the high-ranking officers in the tent to turn pale. At this moment, the soldiers on the southern wooden wall of Magero were witnessing a terrifying scene. Hundreds of stone bullets and short spears flew towards them with great momentum, as though they were falling from the sky like a meteor shower. Even the battle-hardened soldiers shuddered at this moment. "Retreat! Quickly remove the wooden wall. Retreat to the back to hide," the team officers shouted anxiously. Fortunately, when they saw Syracuse's army deploying so many ballistic cannons, the officers of the First Corps had already begun to withdraw the soldiers on the wooden wall. Only because the wooden ladder was narrow, and the enemy's rapid deployment of the ballistic cannons resulted in a few soldiers remaining on the wooden wall. At this moment, the soldiers simply jumped down from the wooden walkway. A mere 3 meters wouldn't cause too much damage to them. These experienced soldiers ignored the pain in their feet and immediately picked up the long shields they had tossed down. Shielding their heads, they tumbled and crawled backwards. Needless to say, their postures were unsightly and pathetic, but their actions to save themselves in such a dangerous situation were correct. Because the instant they jumped down from the wooden wall, they heard a deafening boom, and the entire wooden wall trembled. Some of the stone bullets smashed into the wooden wall, and the wooden pillars that were as thick as fists broke. Some of the stone bullets flew over the wooden wall and smashed into the muddy ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. What was even more frightening were the wooden shavings that flew out due to the broken wooden walls. These thousands of irregular wooden shavings carried the powerful force of the stone bullets as they scattered in all directions. They easily pierced through the legs and arms of the few soldiers who didn't manage to retreat in time. Some of them even pierced through the thick breastplates of the soldiers who didn't manage to retreat in time. After a round of bombardment, the entire southern wooden wall was in ruins. Parts of the wall were broken at the waist, revealing a frighteningly large hole. Parts of the wall collapsed inwards, revealing a gap for the enemy to break through. The few watchtowers behind the curtain wall were also on the verge of collapse. While the enemy was reloading the stone bullets, the soldiers rushed forward and supported their fallen comrades to the back. At this moment, Leotychides heard the sound of crying not far away. As a Sparta soldier, he hated crying during battle because it meant weakness and affected morale. "What's going on over there?" he roared. Immediately, a soldier ran over in a hurry and said in a choked voice, Captain Parmenius." Leotychides' heart sank, and he hurried over. Seeing him, the soldiers quickly made way for him. A short spear shot from the abdomen bow pierced through Parmenius' left chest, nailing him to the wall of the wooden house. He was dead. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I wasn't slow and fell, the captain wouldn't have run over to help me." And a soldier beat his chest and cursed himself with tears streaming down his face. Leotychides glanced at the soldier. The soldier's thigh was pierced by a wooden spike, and the wound was bleeding, dyeing his entire calf red. "Help him to the back and find a medic camp to treat him." A few soldiers went up to help the wounded soldier, but he still didn't want to leave and was still crying. "Hurry up and treat my leg. Come back to kill the enemy and avenge Captain Parmenius." Leotychides roared in a low voice, causing the soldier to stop crying. He immediately wiped away his tears and said to Parmenius' corpse with a resolute expression, "Captain, wait for me at the Valhalla." The wounded soldier was helped down. Chapter 548. That was why Leotychides, who always had a cold and arrogant expression, only showed respect when he was facing Parmenius. "Help him," Leotychides said as he reached out with both hands, grabbed the end of the short spear tightly, and pulled it out with force. However, the force of abdominal bow's shot was too strong, and Leotychides was unable to pull the short spear out. "One more strong one." As he spoke, he squatted down and got into a horse stance, ready to use all his strength. At this moment, another squad leader shouted anxiously, "Captain, listen! The enemy's attack is coming again. After we dodge this round, we'll deal with Captain Parmenius' body." Leotychides ignored him. The squad leader shouted helplessly, "Shield formation, defend." The soldiers quickly stacked their shields together, forming a shield formation, and protected Leotychides in the middle. "Captain of Hetbarus' company." With this shout, Hetbarus squeezed in and stood opposite Leotychides. This former captain of Parmenius' soldiers also held the short spear with both hands. Amidst the tremors of the stone bullets hitting the wooden wall, the two of them used their strength at the same time and finally pulled out the short spear. Fortunately, this time, abdominal bow didn't fire the short spear in this direction. Otherwise, the shields might not have been able to block it. Leotychides laid Parmenius' body flat and took off his helmet. He closed Parmenius' eyes, which were filled with pain, and said in a low voice, "May the Elysium be open to you." With that, he stood up and said, "Sitarsis, you will take over Parmenius' position as the squad leader. Send 2 people to send Parmenius' body to the rear." "Yes." Sitarsis, who used to be Leotychides' direct superior, replied with a salute. "Prososis, we will use the blood of countless Syracuse people as a sacrifice to Parmenius." Hetbarus said with hatred. Leotychides did not speak, but his expression was equally gloomy and frightening. After this round of bombardment, the sentry ran forward to observe the situation. The wooden walls had basically collapsed, and the field of vision in front of them was clear. Reporting, "The enemy's ballistae are moving forward." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a deafening creak, 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 boom. The tottering watchtower finally collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. Leotychides glanced at the dense ranks of Syracuse troops on the south bank of the Alcantara River and ordered, "All troops, retreat immediately." Not only his company, but all the other companies were doing the same thing. At the same time, Messias, who was on the south bank, was giving orders to the ballista troops. "Move the ballista 10 meters forward." As a general appointed by Dionysius to defend Syracuse and a former mercenary leader, Messias was not only experienced in battle, but he was also prudent in using troops. He had once learned about the Syracuse army's battle in Greece from the messengers who had returned to ask for reinforcements, So he had some understanding of the characteristics of the Dionysian army's battle style and paid enough attention to the Dionysian army's combat ability. Even though Philistos urged him to eliminate the invaders as soon as possible to alleviate the unease of the Sicilian allies, he still decided to follow his battle plan and proceed as planned. According to the constant reports from his spies, Macias estimated that Syracuse had around 6,000 soldiers. Including the refugees, their total force might be around 7,000 to 8,000. Even though his troops greatly outnumbered his opponents, he did not intend to attack rashly. Instead, he followed the strategy that Syracuse had learned from sieges. He would first focus on bombarding the city with ballistic cannons to weaken the enemy's defenses and strike at their morale before sending his troops to attack. Megero's terrible defenses showed the might of Syracuse's ballistic troops. Even though the wooden walls and towers in the south had been swept clean, Macias did not launch an attack. His plan was to continue bombarding Megero with ballistic cannons for an entire day, turning the town into a pile of rubble. The Dionysians and Sicilian refugees would then exhaust their energy in fear and unease. Tomorrow, when reinforcements from Gela, Camillina, and the other allies from the south coast of Sicily arrived, they would be able to annihilate the Dionysians in one fell swoop. Therefore, on this day, Marsy's most frequent words were, "Move forward. Move forward. Destroy my Aluo for me." Syracuse's strategy was beyond Antonios's expectations. Instead of the Syracuse army's attack, the leaders of the refugees frequently came to complain. This was because it was not only the Dionia soldiers who were retreating, but the refugees and their families were also retreating. The entire town was filled with the cries of children and the screams of women. Talalas even hoped that Antonios would lead his army to attack Syracuse. After Antonios's resolute refusal, he was so angry that he scolded the Dionia people for being cowards. Antonios did not care too much. Even though Syracuse's ballistic cannons gave him a headache, their non-attack had also bought time for the First Legion. Antiporus's suggestion made him realize that the other party must be planning something. This gave him hope, but he would not pin all his hopes on these spies who were hiding in the dark like rats. These Sicilian refugees gave Antonios a pleasant surprise. Apart from children and women, these young and strong refugees were able to remain calm in the face of the powerful ballista bombardment. They maintained order and did not panic. Moreover, they actively requested to go to battle. After being rejected by him, they still continued to carry out his orders. This was commendable. After Laodigian's explanation, he found out that these Sicilian refugees fled to the mountains inland after their homes were destroyed. They gradually built settlements, but they had to face the raids of the Syracuse alliance and the Cycle people from time to time. After a few years, these surviving refugees had trained their courage and improved their fighting skills. They had also developed the habit of obeying the group, because in a dangerous situation where enemies were all around, not being united would only lead to death. The performance of the refugees gave Antonios more confidence. He was now most worried about two things. The first was the grain. Antonios had stored the grain that he had collected after taking over Megalo and the grain that Legum's fleet had transported to him in a barn near the town center. Now that the location of the stone bombs was moving forward, the barn would soon be within its range of attack. He had no choice but to order Laodigian, Lysipparatus, and the others to organize the exiles to transport the grain to the north of Megalo. The second was the Dionia fleet. Compared to the beginning of the battle on land, the battle on the sea was white-hot. Syracuse originally had 50 three-decker warships. On the way north, they had gathered warships from Tanis, Catarnais, and other cities, making a total of 65 three-decker warships. It seemed similar to the 60 three-decker warships of Dionia, but the navy of Syracuse had 16 other small and medium-sized warships. With the strength of more than 21 warships of the Dionysian fleet, they should have had the upper hand in this battle. However, judging from the situation on the battlefield, both sides were evenly matched. Although the Dionia fleet had fewer warships, under the leadership of Sicorian, the other warships launched a frenzied attack on the Syracuse fleet. The speed and reaction of the warships were much faster than the Syracuse fleet, especially Syracuse's own warships. They appeared to be more lethargic than the Dionia fleet. They were only able to passively contend with the Dionia fleet because they had more experience in controlling their warships. Seeing this, Piranesi, who was at the rear of the fleet, was anxious but helpless. What he worried about had finally happened. The resentment of the people in Syracuse port towards the cities had seriously affected the morale of the sailors. At this moment, the lookout on the mast shouted excitedly, "My lord, the enemy's flagship has been hit by our ship. It's going to sink." "That's great," Piranesi shouted excitedly. Naval battles were different from land battles. Due to the vast area of battle, it was more about fighting and killing. The sinking of one side's flagship was not like the death of the commander of the army on land, which would lead to the defeat of the troops, but it would still have a certain impact. Perhaps this was where the turning point of this naval battle lay. Piranesi ordered excitedly, "Blow the horn to attack. Urge all warships to speed up the attack." The sound of the bugle pierced through the fog of battle on the sea. The first thing to be stimulated was not the warships of Syracuse and its allies, but the sailors of Dionia. In their eyes, the red flag fluttering high in front of them was slowly descending. Lord Sicorian is in danger, be it the captain or the sailors. Such a thought emerged in their minds. As the hero of the Brittany War and the first sailor to hold the flag in triumph, Sicorian could be said to have made the sailors proud. They saw him as the pride of the Navy. After that, Sicorian became the commander-in-chief of the Navy. Although he was young and impetuous, sometimes cursing his subordinates for not performing well, he was cheerful, straightforward, and could get along well with the sailors. Moreover, for the sake of the Navy, he dared to fight for His Majesty the Devers many times. Therefore, he was deeply respected by the sailors and the officers under him. Therefore, every warship of Dionia began to attack even more frantically. This was because every sailor knew very well that it was impossible to rush to the site of the wreck immediately. The only way to win the naval battle and force the enemy to retreat was to ram and sink the enemy's ship as quickly as possible. Only then would there be a chance to rescue Sicorian, who had fallen into the sea. Under the stimulation of such mental strength, the sailors seemed to have forgotten their fatigue. The speed of the oars once again returned to the peak level of the battle. Short-distance sprints, sudden stops, rowing backwards, circling. The sailors of Dionia worked together, controlling the warships as freely as their own bodies. The sudden increase in speed and agility of the Syracuse warships made it impossible for the Syracuse warships to react. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk one after another. Syracuse warships were rammed by their opponents or had their oars snapped. For a period of time after the sinking of the Dionia flagship, the situation of the Syracuse fleet did not improve. Instead, it worsened. While Piranesi was in a terrible predicament, the lookout cried out in alarm, "Sir, a warship! A warship has escaped!" Chapter 549. Tethys looked at him innocently and said solemnly, "It's not that I want to escape, it's that the sailors don't want to fight. Even if I turn the rudder and the sailors are unwilling to row, this warship will become Dionia's spoils of war. Don't quibble. Turn the rudder back. We must defeat Dionia with all our might. Otherwise, Syracuse's navy will be finished." The captain shouted bitterly, "It's better if they're finished. If Syracuse is defeated, we won't be sent to fight in Greece anymore. We won't have to pay war taxes anymore." A voice came from behind the captain. The captain turned around and saw that it was the boatswain. He pointed at him angrily and threatened, "How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of Sir Dionysius's punishment?" The boatswain laughed. "Of course we're afraid. However, if the navy is defeated, will Dionysius still be able to return?" The captain was speechless. Tethys sighed. The warship's escape triggered a chain reaction. Under the frenzied attacks of Dionia, other warships followed suit and left the battlefield. In the end, the entire Syracuse coalition fleet retreated. Sir Syracuse. Admiral Syracuse. Several Dionia warships rushed to the area where the flagship sank. Many sailors were floating on the surface of the sea. "Sir Syracuse is here." Someone waved and shouted from the sea. Syracuse was lying motionlessly on a broken plank. His shoulder had been shot by an arrow from an archer on the enemy's deck. He was barely breathing. Soon, he was carefully carried onto the warship. After bandaging his wound, he was woken up by the pain. The first thing he asked was, "Did we win or lose?" "We won, sir." "That's good." Syracuse let go of his worries and said weakly, "I'll temporarily hand over the command of the fleet to Franhos. Clean up the battlefield. After rescuing our people, return to Liger immediately." With that, he fell into a deep sleep. The result of the Battle of Naxos. Although the city of Naxos had been destroyed, the arc-shaped bay was still called Naxos Bay by the locals, was that the Dionians lost 15 three-decker or warships, while the Syracuse side lost 18 three-decker or warships and 4 other warships. The losses on both sides were not too different, but the Syracuse Navy's attempt to defeat the Dionian fleet, take control of the Sicilian Sea, and completely surround the Dionian army in the town of Magero failed. To make matters worse, the Dionysian fleet was actually able to defeat the Syracuse Navy without the aid of the Raven suspension bridge. This greatly boosted the confidence of the Dionia sailors and dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Syracuse Navy. Messias did not expect to witness the defeat of the Syracuse Navy, which had the advantage in numbers for the second time in 5 years. The incompetence of the Syracuse Navy left him speechless and made him even more wary of the Dionysian army. He was determined to continue attacking Megalo and wait for reinforcements to arrive before concentrating on attacking Megalo. Syracuse's ballista troops had been moving forward, and the counterattack from the 1st Legion's 6 ballistas was just a small interlude. Without the protection of the tall stone walls, under the concentrated bombardment of nearly 100 ballistas from Syracuse, they were like stones thrown into a torrent, splashing water and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Syracuse's ballistas pushed forward all the way to the Alcantara River. Although Megalo had only been established for a few years, the area it occupied was not small, even larger than Sicily City. Moreover, with the Alcantara River and the banks on both sides as a barrier, even if Syracuse's ballistas threw 5 kilograms of stone at maximum range, they could only cover 1/2 of Megalo's area. That was why Antonios ordered the 1st Legion and the refugees to retreat to the north of Megalo to avoid being hit by the ballistas and preserve their strength. At the same time, he also ordered all the citizens under the command of the engineering battalion to build an earthen wall to defend the south of the town with the bricks and soil that had been destroyed. Seeing that the range of the ballistas was limited and that they could not completely destroy Megalo, Marcia hardened his heart and had the ballista troops change to fire cans in an attempt to shoot into the town and ignite a fire that would burn down Megalo. This would deplete the enemy's stamina, strike at their morale, and even drive them out of Megalo to make it easier for Syracuse's army to attack. Fortunately, while the 1st Legion and the refugees were building the earthen wall, they dug a trench from east to west to make it easier to retrieve soil. This stopped the fire from spreading and preserved the residential area in the north of Megalo in good condition. Syracuse's ballista troops bombarded the town with stone bullets, short spears, and fire cans for an entire day. Almost half of the ballistas were destroyed, and almost half of Megalo was in ruins. The fire was still burning until evening, but it was convenient for the 1st Legion's sentries to observe the enemy's movements and prevent any ambushes. However, there were more than 10,000 refugees and their families in the small area of the town. An entire day of explosions and fire had left them physically and mentally exhausted, including the 1st Legion soldiers. Although there were not many casualties, such long-range attacks made the brave soldiers of the 1st Legion feel powerless. At the same time, it also increased their worries about tomorrow's battle. In this day's bombardment, the most tragic were the hundreds of young and strong citizens of Syracuse who had not yet been released. Because everyone was busy dealing with the attacks of Syracuse's ballistas, no one cared about these imprisoned captives. As a result, they were all burned alive by the fire. At dawn the next day, In the Dionia's main camp outside Silatin, a squad of Legio 4 was patrolling the wooden wall. In the early spring, it was warm but then cold. Because of the increase in rain, there was often heavy fog in the early morning in the southern region. It often did not dissipate until the morning, and Silatin was no exception. Especially today, it was even more foggy. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of gray. When people walked in it, the fog was so thick that it seemed like they could reach out and grab a ball. People could not be seen clearly beyond 5 meters, and even breathing was a little difficult. In such difficult weather, the soldiers not only did not slack off, but they also became more vigilant. The squad leader, Effiart, repeatedly reminded the soldiers to stay alert and pay attention to the movements outside the camp. Before the invasion of Greece by Syracuse, he was just a soldier of the legion. After the Battle of Crotone, the original squad leader was injured, and he was elected by his teammates to take over the position. Examples like this were common in the army of Dionia. War would take the lives of countless soldiers, but it would also allow the real warriors to stand out and be called upon in times of danger. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Captain, there seems to be a sound outside." Effiart was shocked and hurriedly signaled the soldiers not to speak. He grabbed the battlements, leaned out, and listened carefully. The other soldiers also did the same thing. There seemed to be a slight noise in front, but the thick fog made it hard for everyone to hear clearly, and they were not sure. Should they issue a warning? Effiart was a little nervous under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Because once the warning of an enemy attack was issued, the entire Dionia camp and tens of thousands of soldiers would have to crawl out of their warm beds in the cold early morning, put on their armor, take out their shields and spears, assemble quickly, and immediately rush to the designated defensive positions of the legions, brigades, companies, and teams. This was under normal circumstances, but today was a rare day of thick fog. Such a large-scale emergency operation was bound to cause some chaos. If it was confirmed that there was no enemy attack, one could imagine the responsibility that Effiart's squad would have to face. Effiart swallowed hard and said to his men, "Immediately inform the archers in the sentry towers. Ask them to shoot an arrow in front of us. All of you, stand in front of the sentry towers and listen carefully for any movements outside the camp." The order was quickly carried out. Effiart turned around and looked at the archers in the sentry towers that were 3 meters away from him. Not long after the arrow was released, it was swallowed by the thick fog. Effiart listened attentively. After a few minutes, there was no unusual movement outside the camp. He temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, but he was also a little disappointed. At this moment, a shrill scream cut through the thick fog diagonally in front of him, but it stopped abruptly. "Captain, there's an enemy." A soldier not far away shouted anxiously. Effiart immediately became nervous and excited. "Inform the camp immediately." Woo, woo, woo. A loud bugle sounded throughout the Dionia camp, and the originally silent camp suddenly became lively. Devers was also awakened by the roar. Just as he turned over and sat up, Secretary Hinepolis hurried in. "Your Majesty, Syracuse is attacking the camp." When Devers heard the news, he unhurriedly lifted the leather robe covering his body. A servant brought him clothes and armor. As he put them on, he said, "Dionysius has finally left the city. How many of them are there?" "There's a thick fog outside. I don't know how many enemies have left the city." "Oh, thick fog. Dionysius really knows how to choose the time." With the help of the servant, Devers put on the thick chest armor. He patted it with his hand and felt that the tightness was just right. "What's the situation at the left and right camps?" "There's still no news until now." "Could it be?" Hinepolis made a bold guess. "Dionysius is concentrating his forces to attack the main camp that your Majesty is in?" Devers smiled. "Good idea, but don't jump to conclusions. We just need to follow the previous arrangement and guard the camp, then slowly observe the enemy's movements." Chapter 550. Don't worry, Henny. It's Tormod's job to summon the generals. He won't be happy if you steal his job. The Devers patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "You just become my clerk, so you still need time to get used to it." Now, the first task I'm giving you is... Hinepolis immediately straightened his posture and waited for the Devor's order. "Eat breakfast with me," the Devors said mischievously. "Ah, the enemy is about to attack, and you still want to eat breakfast, Your Majesty?" Hinepolis's exclamation made the servant glance at him. Only Hinepolis dared to speak to the Devors like this. All the other generals were respectful in front of the Devors. The Devors didn't care. He signaled for the servant to bring breakfast, then walked to the entrance of the tent. He looked at the weather outside and said, "If you don't eat breakfast, how will you have the strength to fight the enemy? Perhaps the soldiers outside are chewing on bread and drinking hot soup to keep warm. A battle has its own rhythm and rhythm. We can't be slow, but we can't be anxious. Only by controlling the rhythm of the battle can we better maintain the soldiers' stamina and morale." Hinepolis nodded, not fully understanding. Compared to the peaceful atmosphere in the tent, the atmosphere in the camp was tense. Because of the thick fog, it was impossible to see where the flags of the various divisions and companies were. The squad leader was very important. Not only did he have to gather the 9 soldiers under him and check if there were any problems with their weapons, he also had to distinguish the shouts of his superior in a noisy camp. Then, he had to lead the soldiers to meet up with him. At the same time, he had to avoid being separated in the crowded passage. Bonfires were lit one after another in the camp. They were not only to bring light to this foggy and overcast weather, but also for the cooks of the supply camp to make bread, gravy, and porridge for the soldiers of the various divisions. The reason why the Dionia soldiers hadn't been urgently moved to the east wall to defend against the enemy's attack was because the Syracuse soldiers hadn't appeared in front of the trenches yet. In the past few days, the Dionia soldiers had worked tirelessly to set up various traps and bucklers that were more than 60 meters long in front of the camp, preventing the enemy from advancing quickly. While Syracuse was eliminating these sinister traps under the cover of the thick fog, the 40 ballistae of all the legions in Dionia were quickly in position. These ballistae had been moved here with the camp on the north bank of the Neto River on the second day after the Dionysian army had surrounded Xyleading. Legio 4 ballista calibrator Cordelad, who had more experience with ballistas and performed outstandingly in the defensive battle at Ciudad Crotone, was appointed as the commander of the entire ballista unit by the Devors. At this moment, there was a vast expanse of white in front of Curterode. He couldn't see any suspicious targets and couldn't judge the distance. However, Curtelid was confident and remembered all the data in his mind. How far was the ballista from the eastern wooden wall? How high was the wooden wall? How long was the trap zone outside the camp? He pondered for a moment and began to give orders. 50 degrees of elevation, 5 kilograms of stone projectiles, 3 squares back ready. The messengers quickly passed the order to all the ballistae in the area. They immediately adjusted the lever of the ballista to lower the slide and increase the elevation. Then they shook the pulley and the strong spring arms were pulled open and fixed. The 5 kilograms of stone projectiles were placed into the smooth slide. Because of the limitations of craftsmanship and materials, 50 degrees of elevation was the maximum angle that Dionia's ballistae could reach. Under this condition, the projectile's parabola was high, but the distance was short. 3 squares back meant that the spring set made of several tightly strung together and made of cow tendons was only half full. 5 kilograms of stone projectiles was the minimum weight that Dionia's ballistae could fire. The maximum weight was 15 kilograms. This was different from Syracuse's ballistae. Because Syracuse frequently attacked other cities in Sicily, the ballistae had high requirements for the destruction of the city walls. Therefore, the ballistae were larger and heavier. They could fire a stone projectile the weight of talent, i.e. 26 kilograms, nearly 300 meters away. Curterode's idea was that the fog in the western courtyard was heavy and the weather was cold. It had a great impact on the structure of the ballistae, especially the spring set made of cow tendons. Therefore, he first used a small weight of stone projectiles to warm up the ballistae. At the same time, he also tested the location of the enemy's main force. He estimated that the stone projectiles would fall within a range of 80 to 120 meters outside the trench. If the enemy launched a large-scale attack, then this area should be where the enemy would be most concentrated. However, usually 5 kilograms of stone projectiles had a range of more than 500 meters. Therefore, he raised the angle and reduced the tension of the spring set, hoping to achieve the range he wanted. The soldiers of the 1st Legion sat cross-legged on the ground and chewed on their bread. They raised their heads and watched as the stone projectiles shot into the air one after another and disappeared into the thick fog. A moment later, the thick fog outside the camp suddenly exploded like a pot of boiling water. Screams and cries of alarm rang out, completely confirming the fact that Syracuse's army was attacking. 50 degrees of elevation, 10 kilograms, 1 square back, get ready. Curterode, who was once a gentle and elegant student of the Dionia Academy, had a murderous aura around him after experiencing the influence of war. The news that the ballistae had hit first didn't make him cheer like his subordinates. He continued to calmly give orders. Yesterday, Dionia's 1st Legion had been bombarded by Syracuse's hundreds of ballistae and crossbows for an entire day at Maya Row. Today, Dionia had returned the favor in the same way outside the western courtyard. Retribution really came too quickly. It wasn't that Dionysius didn't want to use the ballistae to retaliate, but because he wanted to attack Ciudad Crotone, he brought all of the ballistae to the main camp at Takanati River. In the end, the battle was lost, and the army only cared about escaping. All of the siege weapons were abandoned in the camp and fell into the hands of Dionia's army. Originally, with the thousands of engineers, craftsmen, and apprentices under his command, it wouldn't be a problem to remake dozens of ballistae in a short period of time. However, there was a crucial component that Syracuse couldn't immediately make, and that was the ballista spring made from cow tendons. They were surrounded by Dionia's army in the city. Very few people kept their cattle in the city, and most of the army's beasts were lost in the main camp at Takanati River. Moreover, even if there were cows in the city, killing them and removing their tendons required a lot of processes. It would take almost half a year to make a proper spring. Therefore, Dionysius gave up on making ballistae and concentrated on making other weapons. At this moment, thousands of Syracuse's slaves and freedmen were seizing the time to destroy the traps and bucklers. Then, they flattened the ground and laid down wooden planks. The sudden stone shells fell into the dense crowd, cracking skulls and breaking bones and spraying blood everywhere. As a matter of fact, due to the high parabola of the stone cannonball, it did not bounce much after it landed. The total number of casualties was only slightly more than 20. However, every bloody scene frightened the people around it. It took a lot of effort for the officers of Syracuse to calm them down. Since the Dionia's army had already noticed, Syracuse didn't hide anymore. They started to push the siege weapons out of the city one by one. In order to make them, Syracuse practically ripped apart all of the houses in Xyleading City. They collected door planks, wood, and even cut down all the trees in the harbor. The largest weapon to be made was undoubtedly the mobile tower that was almost 6 meters tall. In order to allow these towers to be moved out of the city, Dionysius decisively ordered his men to secretly remove a small section of the city wall. It was only until last night that it was completely turned into a passageway from the city to the outside. Dionysius dared to do this because after receiving the alarm from Locke, he realized that the cunning Dionia's camp and encirclement of Xyleading were not to attack the city, but to seal off Syracuse's army and turn to attack Syracuse's weaker allies. In order to achieve this sinister goal, the young Devers even used peace talks to numb himself. Of course, he naturally neglected the fact that Syracuse was also using peace talks to buy time. Of course, Syracuse wouldn't allow Dionia to succeed in their plan. Since the Dionysian army had turned to attack the Locke alliance, the number of troops stationed in the camp outside Xyleading City would naturally decrease. Furthermore, Dionia had built a huge camp that stretched for over 10 miles to surround Xyleading City, further thinning out Dionia's forces. The Devers' arrogance allowed Dionysius to see a good opportunity to defeat the Dionysian army. In these few days, the Syracuse soldiers gradually recovered from their defeat. He also spent a lot of effort to convince the tens of thousands of freedmen and slaves to join the ranks of the soldiers. Give freedom, give citizenship, give land. These methods weren't only used by Dionia, but also by Syracuse. However, in the past, it was mainly used on mercenaries. This time, in order to defeat Dionia and escape from danger, Dionysius expanded the scope of application. Of course, the most important reason for them to take up arms was that everyone wanted to return to Sicily alive. Therefore, when nearly 2,000 light infantry from Dionia rushed to the wooden walls and began to throw countless arrows at the foggy camp, causing many Syracuse soldiers to be injured or killed. Although they were panicking, there wasn't much chaos, and they could still carry on with their mission of clearing out the defenses. The trap zone that was less than 100 meters long was quickly filled up with the efforts of tens of thousands of people. Chapter 551. The soldiers distributed shields and spears to the freedmen and slaves who returned. Teams of 10 were formed, led by a citizen soldier, and they charged into the Dionia camp again. If anyone refused to fight or ran away, the soldiers would capture them and execute them on the spot to deter those who were afraid of death. In front of these impromptu teams were nearly 20,000 Syracuse soldiers and moving siege weapons. They were in a very loose formation, carrying ladders that were up to 10 meters long and pushing all kinds of heavy siege weapons, walking on the muddy ground that had just been leveled by the freedmen and slaves. Because many of them had lost their armor and shields in the previous battle, everyone's equipment was rather simple and crude, almost the same as the free civilians in the rear. Arrows that they didn't have to worry about before now became the long-range weapons that gave them the most headaches. Fortunately, the rain of arrows was mostly blocked by the towers, shield carts, and siege vehicles at the front of the formation. Although the stone bullets whistled and fell from time to time, the Syracuse soldiers were not as panicked as the freedmen. After all, they had seen too many ballista attacks. Everyone was just praying, "Apollo, bless us, don't be the unlucky ones who get hit by the stone bullets." Asterisk bang. Asterisk a shield cart was hit by a stone bullet and immediately disintegrated. The broken pieces of wood even injured the slaves pushing the carts, causing the soldiers at the back to subconsciously move further away from the siege weapons. These big guys were the most worried about being hit by the ballista. The Dionia light infantry on the wooden wall heard the rumbling in front of them, and the sound was getting louder and louder, like a spring thunder that was about to release lightning. They were all nervous, and the speed at which they knocked their arrows increased. Every time they heard a scream, they felt a little more at ease. Soon, indistinct figures and objects appeared in the white fog in front of them. When more than 10 towers that were taller than the camp's wooden wall emerged from the fog and appeared in front of the trench, the Dionia soldiers were nervous because of these behemoths. Defend. The heavy infantry quickly put their long shields on top of their heads and formed a shield formation. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk that was the sound of the javelins thrown from the towers colliding with the metal horns in the center of the shields. A few of the javelins pierced through the shields and caused damage to the legionnaires. Obviously, the Syracuse soldiers knew that archers were not much of a threat to the Dionia heavy infantry, which was why all the soldiers on top of the towers were javelins. The light infantry hiding behind the Dionia heavy infantry immediately returned arrows and javelins to the towers that were 8 to 9 meters away from the wooden wall. The Syracuse soldiers at the top of the towers relied on the protection of the wooden fence. Even if there were any who were shot and fell, a new light infantry would enter from the entrance at the back of the towers and climb up the wooden ladder to the top to replace them. With the suppression of the long-range firepower from the towers, the Syracuse soldiers braved the arrows and javelins and rushed to the trench. They placed a ladder that was more than 10 meters long on top of the wooden wall. Due to the strict construction of the camp by the Legion of Dionysia, the trench they dug was 4 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The trench was filled with sharp wooden stakes. On the other side of the trench was a barricade. After the barricade was tamped down, a wooden wall was built on top of the barricade. Hence, the barricade and the wooden wall were almost 5 meters tall. The Syracuse soldiers could not stand under the wooden wall at all. They could only stand on the opposite side of the trench and use the extended ladder to attack the city. The longer the ladder was, the slanted angle decreased after it was placed on the wooden wall. Not only did it expose the soldiers to the enemy's attacks, but it also made the latter more unstable. If they were not careful, they could easily fall into the trench and be pierced by the sharp wooden stakes. However, the Syracuse soldiers were not afraid. They built wooden ladders and climbed up the wall one after another. While the towers and ladders attracted the attention of the Dionia soldiers, hundreds and thousands of freedmen carried sacks filled with soil on their backs and ran towards the trench in front of the camp. Along the way, there were people who fell to arrows, but more people succeeded in throwing the sacks into the trench. Defending the Dionia's main camp were the Legio IV and the 7th Legion of Dionia, a total of 11,000 soldiers. All of them rushed to the wooden wall on the east side to defend the camp. As the walkway inside the wooden wall was not wide, the archers retreated to either the wooden wall or the sentry tower. They continued to snipe at the towers outside the camp and concentrated their long-range attacks on the incoming Syracuse soldiers. On the wooden wall, a mixed group of heavy infantry and javelin throwers threw javelins at the enemies in front of the trench or on the ladders. They used their shields and spears to push the enemies who attempted to climb up the wall into the trench. At the same time, they had to defend against the javelin attacks from the towers. When the thick fog gradually dispersed and the sun rose into the sky, the attack and defense of the Dionia's main camp reached its climax. At the same time, the gate leading to the main city of Syracuse on Ortygia Island in Sicily opened. Hipporinus' carriage and his entourage walked out in a single file. Ortygia Island was originally the earliest colonial settlement of the people of Syracuse. It was only after Dylan became the usurper that he migrated the citizens of the surrounding city-states to Syracuse and reclaimed the inland area that was connected to Ortygia Island. At the same time, he vigorously developed sea trade. Since then, Syracuse gradually became the most powerful of the Greek city-states in Sicily. When Dionysius became the usurper, he not only migrated more Greek citizens to Syracuse, but at the same time, because of 2 riots, his rule was almost overthrown and his life was almost in danger. In order to ensure his own safety, he forcibly migrated the original citizens of Ortygia Island, turning the peninsula into the residence and fortress of his family, supporters, and loyal mercenaries. The people of Syracuse privately joked that Ortygia Island is Dionysius' Acropolis. As loyal subordinates of Dionysius, Philistos and Hipporinus naturally lived on Ortygia Island. However, the city hall was outside the island, beside the square south of the Temple of Apollo. Therefore, if there were no special circumstances, Philistos would rush to the city hall early in the morning to deal with government affairs. In the afternoon, he would return to the palace on Ortygia Island to report to Dionysius. As the chief of intelligence, although Hipporinus had a seat in the city hall, he usually worked in his own mansion on Ortygia Island because it was more secretive. However, during the time Dionysius was away from Syracuse, he worked in the city hall every day in order to better understand the situation in the city and to better monitor the officials in the city hall. After Hipporinus and his entourage left Ortygia Island, they had to pass through an isthmus that was 500 meters long and 300 meters wide before they could enter the wide inner city of Syracuse. In the middle of this isthmus, there was a small fortress with hundreds of mercenaries stationed there. It was located at the corner of the wall that sealed off Ortygia Island. For the sake of his own safety, Dionysius had tried his best, but the existence of this fortress made the narrow passage even narrower. The carriage that Hipporinus was in suddenly stopped at the exit of the isthmus. He heard a commotion outside. He quickly poked his head out and looked outside. He saw dozens of men fighting at the entrance of the isthmus. Many people were watching from the side, some even cheering, blocking the way. "Let's go see what's going on," Hipporinus said quickly. Very quickly, one of his men rushed back to report, "Sir, I heard that it's because the citizens are gathering in the square today to form the Hellenic reinforcements." Some of the citizens responded to the mobilization of the city and were about to go to the square, but some of the citizens thought that doing so would only prolong the war without an end, so they stopped them from going. In the end, both sides, Hipporinus looked at the dust flying in front of him in frustration and cursed. What the hell is Philistos doing? Hurry up and send the patrols to chase these people away. Philistos usually went to the city hall early in the morning. Today was a little earlier because gathering the citizens in the market and forming the army was a major event for the city, especially since Syracuse was currently in a special period. It was even more important to maintain order in the city and ensure that this matter could be completed smoothly. Therefore, before the citizens gathered in the square, he had to carefully check all the preparations to avoid any mistakes. What made Philistos happy was that on the way to the city hall, he saw a lot of citizens marching towards the square. It seemed that Herolus's mobilization work over the past 2 days had been effective, and Lord Dionysius's request should be successfully completed. Just as he arrived at the city hall with gratitude towards Herolus, he received bad news. What did you say? Herolus was beaten up on the way to the city hall. Yes, sir. I heard that a few citizens were afraid of going to war and resented Lord Herolus for persuading the citizens to participate in the mobilization of the square, so they attacked him. Where is he? How is his injury now? Philistos asked hurriedly. I heard that he suffered a heavy blow to the head and fainted on the ground. He was carried back to his house by his family. The patrols have rushed to arrest the assailants. When Philistos heard this, he could not sit still. From his point of view, he was responsible for Herolus's injury. If he had not assigned this difficult task to Herolus and made Herolus do his best to complete it, Herolus would not have suffered the resentment of the citizens who were dissatisfied with Dionysius. Moreover, the task of forming the army in the square today was very important and had a certain degree of risk. If Herolus could be there to help, things would be much easier. Therefore, for both official and personal reasons, he had to visit him. Chapter 552. As one of Dionysius's earliest supporters, after Ortygia became Dionysius's citadel, Herolus had also been invited by Dionysius to move to Ortygia. However, he had tactfully refused several times. The reason was that after his ancestors had colonized Syracuse, they had lived here for generations and had never moved, so they were used to life here. Furthermore, he did not sleep well and was easily awakened by loud noises. The waves on Ortygia were too loud at night for him to get used to. Dionysius did not insist, but perhaps this was the beginning of his dissatisfaction with Herolus. Herolus's mansion was not too far from the city hall. Walking on the west side of the square, through the street of the theater, and then walking 200 meters to the west, past the wealthy district, his house was located near the junction between the commoner and the wealthy district. Philistos strode forward while his guards carefully guarded him in the center. These guards were all mercenaries. In Syracuse, they were ostracized and even hated by the people, so they were very loyal to Dionysius. The slave who opened the door saw Philistos knocking and hurriedly welcomed him in, saying, Master is resting in bed. Is Herolus' injury serious? Philistos asked with concern. Master's head is broken, and there's a lot of blood. The doctor just came to see him and said that Master needs to rest. Oh, that scene was terrible. Those thugs who should go to Hades. Sir, you must capture them. Philistos frowned. He did not answer a lowly slave's request, but Herolus was seriously injured and unable to work, which was not good news for him. Arriving at the main hall of the mansion, Philistos prepared to go upstairs. The slave had a troubled expression, glanced behind him, and said, Sir, look. Philistos had been preoccupied with his thoughts and did not pay attention for a moment. Only now did he realize that regardless of whether it was a Greek commoner or a noble, according to tradition, the upper floor of the main building was the bedroom of the head of the family and his female relatives. Outsiders were generally not allowed to set foot there. He himself was a good friend of Herolus and often visited here, but he had never been upstairs, but today was an exception. Thinking of this, he turned around and said to the guards who were following closely behind him, Wait here, I'll go up. The guards hesitated for a moment and then agreed. They were all Greeks, so of course they knew Greek traditions. Besides, they had been here many times before with Philistos, and there had never been any problems. Since Philistos was the only one going upstairs, the slave didn't dare to stop him. He hurriedly called for another slave to take care of the 20 guards in the hall, while he led Philistos upstairs. Of course, Philistos could not just walk into Hrorelis' bedroom. If there were women serving Hrorelis inside, the situation would be awkward. With his status, it was impossible for him to act so recklessly, so he let the slave go in and report. "Sir, the master invites you in." Until the slave came out of the bedroom, he said respectfully. Philistos walked in. As soon as he stepped through the door, he caught a glimpse of two shadows on both sides of the door. He was shocked, and before he could react, his arms were clamped hard. Just as he was about to scream, a ball of linen was stuffed into his mouth. He was pressed to the ground, his hands tied behind his back with ropes, but he straightened his neck and stared straight at the large bed in front of him. Hrorelis, who had been lying on his side on the bed, had already turned over and sat up. His movements were so agile that it was impossible to tell that he was injured. In fact, there was no bandage on his head, nor was there a trace of blood. Philistos now knew that he had been tricked. Hrorelis looked at him with a complicated expression and said in a low voice, "Philistos, I'm sorry. For the sake of Syracuse, I can only temporarily imprison you." Philistos glared at him angrily, his gagged mouth emitting a whine. "Help him sit up," Hrorelis gestured. The two men immediately pulled Philistos up and pressed him down on a wooden chair. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from upstairs. Philistos, who had been struggling, suddenly quieted down. He tilted his head towards the door and listened. Hrorelis saw through his thoughts and sneered. "Don't have any expectations for these mercenaries. Since I've made up my mind to keep you here, how can I forget these lackeys of Dionysius? No matter how powerful they are, I have hundreds of warriors waiting for them here. Once they enter my house, they'll be like rats in an iron cage. How can they escape?" As soon as Hrorelis finished speaking, Philistos snorted. "It seems that you don't believe me. After all, I'm a key target of Hipporinus surveillance. How can there be so many warriors in my house?" Hrorelis said with a slight smugness. "Don't forget, yesterday morning I specifically asked you to persuade the nobles in the city to take the lead in sending their people to participate in this second cross-sea expedition. I remember that you happily agreed at the time. But do you know whether I go to their mansions or invite them to my house, they all come and go in carriages, and the carriages can't only seat one person." When Philistos heard this, the light in his eyes dimmed a lot, but then he widened his eyes again and glared at the good friend he once trusted sitting by the bed. Hrorelis felt the emotions in his eyes and said again in a low voice, "Philistos, I remember once at a banquet you held, you said to me proudly, 'Syracuse under Dionysius' rule is stronger than ever. Not only will no city or force dare to invade our city, but Syracuse will also become the most powerful city in all of Greece and even the entire Greek world, earning more glory and wealth for its citizens. And what we need to do is to help Dionysius achieve and maintain this great goal for a long time. I echoed your words at the time, and now I tell you my true thoughts." Hrorelis looked at him and said calmly and solemnly, "Back then, like you, I was a supporter of Dionysius. Because when Syracuse faced the invasion of the Carthage and the political situation was in chaos, only Dionysius had the ability to raise morale, unite the citizens, repel the Carthage, and stabilize the constantly turbulent political situation in Syracuse. So we fully supported him to become the full-fledged general of Syracuse. In the past few years, he has continuously expanded the territory of Syracuse, forced the Carthage to sue for peace with us, freed the Greek city-states of Sicily from the threat of Carthage, and made Syracuse the overlord of Sicily. Even the Greeks tremble when they hear his name, and even Sparta has changed its previous arrogant attitude and negotiated with us in a friendly manner. I know that this is the glory of Syracuse that you have always wanted to see, and for this, you have fully supported Dionysius." Hrorelis sighed and said in a serious tone, "But what I expect is different from what you expect, and what I see is also very different from what you see. What I see is that Dionysius destroyed Naxos and Catanae, who were once friendly with Syracuse, just because Syracuse needs more land, people, and slaves. What I see is that Dionysius could have clearly driven the Carthage out of Sicily in one fell swoop, completely eliminating the threat of the Carthage on this island. But he negotiated for peace with the Carthage when he had the absolute advantage, for the sake of the usurper's throne. What I see is that many Syracuse Democrats who opposed Dionysius in the past were tortured and killed with the crime of traitors. Even their families were not spared. Even Phelisanus was thrown into the stone prison after he made a joke. What I see is that the people of Syracuse are living in poverty because of the continuous increase in war taxes, and the people in the city have become abnormally careful when they speak and do things because of the rampant mercenaries and Hipporinus surveillance. But Dionysius drove out the people who had lived on Ortygia Island for decades, even hundreds of years, and turned the entire island into his palace. Corellis became more and more agitated as he spoke, his face filled with grief and indignation. Dionysius is no longer the hero who wholeheartedly wanted to save Syracuse, but a demon whose hands are stained with the blood of the people of Syracuse and his Greek compatriots in Sicily to protect his own power. Under his dictatorship, Syracuse is no longer the great motherland that allows us to be rich and exercise our rights freely, but a tool for Dionysius to fulfill his personal desires. To fulfill his personal greed, he drove the 70,000 to 80,000 people of Syracuse to take a huge risk to invade Greece, which has never had any ill intentions towards Syracuse, and left the bones of tens of thousands of people in a foreign land. If we do not take action now, Syracuse, our great city, will eventually fall in the hands of Dionysius. I was the one who supported him to take the position of the tyrant back then. Today, I will do my best to make up for the biggest mistake I have made. After saying these words that had been bottled up in his heart for years, Corellis felt his entire body relax, and he stood up with a determined expression. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Philistos stared at him nervously, shaking his head vigorously. Corellis ignored him and turned his gaze to the muscular man behind him. Go down and see if the mercenaries have been killed. As soon as he finished speaking, his trusted slave hurriedly ran up the stairs. Master, most of the guards have been killed. Only a few managed to break through the encirclement and are trying to run out of the house. Hearing this, Philistos' eyes burned with hope. Chapter 553. Philistos was shocked. He saw Herolas pick up a sharp sword, lift his robe without hesitation, and make a few cuts on his arms and chest. With a few low cries of pain, Herolas wiped his blood on his body and face a few times, then turned to look at Philistos. His eyes that had been firm now had a hint of fierceness. Philistos shuddered involuntarily. Watch him, don't let him escape. Yes, master. After giving the order, Herolas immediately went downstairs. At this time, the neighbors around Herolas and the citizens who passed through the street to go to the square had been incited by Herolas' servants. Upon hearing the news that Lord Herolas was being attacked by mercenaries, the good image that Herolas had painstakingly built up over the past few years, as well as the hatred towards mercenaries, made everyone rush to Herolas' house, just in time to block the mercenaries who were trying to escape. When the crowd saw them, they no longer doubted the words of the servants. They immediately swarmed up and killed the mercenaries one by one. At this time, Philistos rushed up to them, covered in blood, and said gratefully, "My good neighbors, brave citizens of Syracuse, fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise I would have died in the hands of Dionysius's beloved mercenaries. Thank you for saving my life." As he said this, he bowed sincerely to everyone. But at this time, because of the reminder of Dionysius's beloved mercenaries, the people's expressions changed a little. Dionysius used mercenaries to maintain his power, but it caused endless conflicts in Syracuse. For this reason, he issued a decree. Any person of Syracuse who takes the initiative to provoke the mercenaries who maintain the order of the city will be severely punished by the law. Now they were not just provoking, they were killing the mercenaries. Herolas saw the fear on their faces and immediately shouted, "Why did Philistos send mercenaries to kill me?" Because yesterday, the city hall received news from Greater Hellas that Dionia wants to negotiate peace with us, but Dionysius and Philistos want to reject Dionia's peace negotiations. They want to increase their troops and go to Greater Hellas to continue fighting against their Greek compatriots in Greater Hellas. I firmly oppose it and decided to tell the truth to the citizens who were summoned in the square today. Philistos knows my thoughts, so he sent mercenaries to capture me and even kill me. At this point, Herolus raised his voice and roared, "Citizens of Syracuse, do you want to be like your compatriots who were sent to Greater Hellas before, temporarily staying in a foreign land, unable to return home? Do you want the city-state to increase the war tax forever, forcing us to go into exile with our wives and daughters because we can't pay the heavy tax? Do you want to continue living in your own city, but you have to look at the faces of those foreign mercenaries? You have to live so cautiously like foreigners. Citizens, is this the Syracuse that we want to establish after we have worked so hard and sacrificed so many lives to defeat the powerful army of Athens and the powerful Carthage?" Herolus' heavy and impassioned words touched the people present. The words that exposed the difficult living conditions of the citizens of Syracuse were like a dagger that pierced their hearts and immediately aroused a fierce reaction. "No, this is not our Syracuse. We don't want heavy war taxes. We don't want war. Mercenaries, get out. Dionysius, get out of here," someone shouted in the midst of the crowd's excitement. The hubbub suddenly became quieter. In the past few years, the citizens of Syracuse had launched 2 riots against Dionysius, but they did not succeed. After the riots, Dionysius carried out a bloody hunt. The citizens of Syracuse were deeply afraid of Dionysius. Herolus shouted at the right time, "Citizens, what are you afraid of? Dionysius is ruthless, but he's currently far away in Greece. Together with the mercenaries he relies on, they're surrounded by the Dionians in the Silete kingdom. Not only that, our fleets have been defeated multiple times. It's no longer possible for us to safely transport them back under the threat of the Dionian fleets. The remaining mercenaries have been brought to Megero by Messias. Even the armies of the neighboring countries of Syracuse have been taken away. Now, other than the 2,000 mercenaries guarding Ortygia Island, the 1,000 mercenaries stationed near the south gate of the main city, and the despicable spies under Hipporinus, they have no other power. And we..." Herolus excitedly pointed at the people who had surrounded his house. "There are tens of thousands of brave citizens gathered in the square, and countless citizens in the port area who are dissatisfied with Dionysius's tyranny. The mercenaries will not be able to stop us. Philistos, Hipporinus, and the other lackeys of Dionysius will not be able to stop us. This time, we will restore Syracuse's freedom." The people were inspired by Herolus, and their confidence was boosted. They crowded around Herolus and shouted, "Defeat Dionysius. Let Syracuse regain its freedom." They moved towards the square. Along the way, citizens with armor on their shoulders and shields and spears in their hands were encouraged to join in. There were also celebrities and nobles, such as Philoxenus, who brought their fully armed clansmen to strengthen their ranks. By the time they arrived at the square, the group led by Herolus had increased to nearly 1,000 people. Humans were social animals that followed the herd, and the citizens were suffering from heavy taxes and war. Therefore, when Herolus stood on the high platform and gave a speech, and 1,000 people cheered him on, the citizens who came to participate in the war mobilization basically joined the ranks of the rioters. Even the patrols who were responsible for maintaining order had mostly turned their backs. Dozens of mercenaries who were monitoring the unusual situation in the square saw that the situation was not good and had long since slipped away. Herolus and his men had carefully analyzed the reasons for the failure of the last 2 riots. Other than the obstruction of Sparta, it was also due to the lack of a clear plan during the riots. The citizens' actions were chaotic, and their opinions were not unified. Therefore, this time, Herolus and his men had learned their lesson and made a detailed riot plan in advance. After receiving the support of nearly 10,000 militia in the square, Herolus immediately sent out 2,000 people to attack the city hall. There were originally 200 mercenary guards outside the city hall, but a small number of them died in Herolus's house, and some were sent to the square. In the end, most of them did not manage to escape, leaving the city hall with only 100 guards. How could they fight against the 2,000 citizen soldiers who were surging in? The militia easily broke through their defense and killed them one by one. They then rushed into the city hall and arrested all the officials who were still working. As the citizens hated them for helping the tyrant, most of the officials were either killed or beaten to the point of death. Herolus led more than 8,000 citizen soldiers quickly westward in an attempt to attack the mercenaries stationed at the city gate. At the same time, the 1,000 mercenaries who had received intelligence from the spies and the guards who had escaped to the city gate heard of the unrest in the city. One had to know that their main responsibility was not to defend against external enemies, but to suppress the riots within the city and maintain the rule of Dionysius. Hence, even though most of the citizens who were originally mercenaries outside the city had been led by Messias to Megillo to attack the invading Dionysians, the remaining mercenaries did not hesitate to assemble and march towards the square. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the riots had not become too big and kill them in the cradle. However, Herolus used the opportunity created by the mobilization of war and the formation of an army to quickly gain the support of tens of thousands of citizens. Similarly, he led an army that was 7 to 8 times the number of the enemy to attack. The two sides met on the narrow street. Since the militia had the absolute advantage in numbers, they were unable to spread out their forces. The mercenaries' strict organization and rich combat experience were maximized. Moreover, such a dangerous situation forced them to attack fiercely from start. The militia that had been hastily assembled and did not even have an appointed officer could not advance an inch. For a moment, they actually had the upper hand. At this time, Hipporinus and the others were still blocked at the exit of the isthmus. Not only did the crowd not disperse, but it showed signs of increasing. Not only did they block Hipporinus' way out, but they also blocked the way for outsiders to enter Ortygia Island. This made Hipporinus feel very uneasy. However, at this moment, he did not dare to jump off the carriage. He led his followers and guards into the crowd and rushed to the city hall. Because of the intuition that he had developed over the years of working in secret, he knew that he was hated by the people of Syracuse. If he rushed into the rioting crowd, he would very likely be attacked. Therefore, he immediately returned to Ortygia Island and quickly went to the mercenary camp, asking them to send out an army to disperse the rioting crowd. The mercenary leader did not agree, because these 2,000 mercenaries only listened to Dionysius's orders. Their main task was to guard Ortygia Island and protect the safety of Dionysius and his family. No one else, not even Dionysius's brother or father-in-law, had the authority to mobilize this army. Hipporinus could only persuade his daughter, Aristomache, to carry Dionysius's son and come to the mercenary leader to ask for his help. Only then did the mercenary leader agree to send out 200 soldiers to drive away the rioting crowd. The secret agents finally entered the isthmus and met Hipporinus. Only then did Hipporinus know that Herolus had led the citizens of the city to start a rebellion. He was immediately shocked. Chapter 554. Hipporinus believed that Herolus and the other rebels were strong, and the courtiers loyal to Dionysius, such as Philistos, were nowhere to be found, so he chose to play it safe. In fact, the Syracuse rebels in the city were retreating under the fierce attack of the mercenaries. Herolus was a good organizer and instigator, but he was not an excellent general. He did not take decisive measures to reorganize the command system of this newly built army, and instead divided his troops to bypass the streets and surround the enemy. Instead, he took the lead in the battle from the beginning. As a result, the militia was disorganized, and the injuries and deaths of their comrades made the vicious image that Dionysius's mercenaries had left in their hearts for many years once again become clear. Unfortunately, Hipporinus was too cautious at this time. He wanted to protect his daughter and grandson first, so he missed the opportunity to send the mercenaries on the island to defeat the citizen army. Originally, there was a small number of nobles and citizens in the city who supported Dionysius, but because Philistos was imprisoned, no one came out to take the lead and organize them to help the mercenaries in the battle. As a result, although the 1,000 mercenaries in the city had the upper hand, they lacked follow-up support and could not completely defeat the enemy. While Herolus was struggling to lead the citizen soldiers, the Dionia spies who had been closely monitoring the movements in the city immediately notified the poor and freedmen in the port area. They quickly organized their troops and entered through the Puskel Gate in front of the Epol Highlands, which was not guarded by the mercenaries. They quickly passed through the Epol Highlands and rushed to the main city area, circled around the mercenaries, and launched an attack. The mercenaries were attacked from the front and back, and their formation was in chaos. After a bitter battle, most of them were wiped out, and a very small number escaped to Ortygia Island. Herolus did not continue to give chase. At this moment, he had already realized the problem with the army he led, and this problem almost destroyed the rebellion he led. So he ordered the troops to stop attacking, and with the help of the other leaders of the rebellion, he appointed various officers for this huge army of more than 14,000 citizens, poor and freedmen. He also asked his good friend, the experienced Democrat Cuzias, to be his assistant, to reorganize the army and discuss the attack plan. Cuzias suggested to him that the walls and fortresses of Ortygia Island were tall and strong, and not easy to attack. In a situation where Macias could lead the army back at any time, the troops should not attack the island with all their strength. Instead, they should send troops to control the various gates and walls of Syracuse, and at the same time, purge the forces that supported Dionysius in the city and unite the citizens to fight Dionysius's mercenaries. Herolus and the others approved Cuzia's suggestion and sent him to lead a team to the isthmus of Ortygia Island, and sent him to urgently build a wall, completely sealing Ortygia Island from the outside the city of Syracuse. Then, Herolus began the city's cleansing operation. Just as the riots broke out, the secret agents of Dionia hidden in the port had already sent people to take a fast boat from the big port, sailing straight north, and arrived at Catanae after more than 2 hours. In the port of Catanae, the head of Dionia's secret agents in charge of Sicily, Antiporus, he did not personally go to Syracuse to participate in the riots, and even ordered his men not to enter the city of Syracuse during the riots, so as to avoid giving the citizens of Syracuse a bad impression. But in Catanae, Antiporus did not have these scruples because the rulers of the entire city, the mercenaries, were mostly conscripted by Macias to Megalo, and the city's defense was empty. Antiporus even brazenly gathered the freedmen and slaves in the port, calling them to overthrow the rule of the outsider mercenaries. When Dionysius destroyed Catanae, he gave the land to some of the mercenaries who helped him fight the war. These soldiers fought and killed all year round, and did not know how to take care of the land at all. Moreover, Catanae's land was vast, and they could not manage it with just their manpower, so they could only rely on the slaves and freedmen. The slaves mainly came from the people of the city-states, captured by Dionysius when he conquered the east coast of Sicily. The mercenaries often sent troops to the western mountains to capture exiles and Sicyer people as slaves to work for themselves. Many of the freedmen were originally citizens of the city-states on the east coast, but they had now lost their homes. Therefore, the mercenaries of Catanae ruled over this large group of slaves and freedmen who greatly outnumbered them and hated them. It was only because of the powerful force of Syracuse and the ferocity of the mercenaries that the slaves' resistance was crushed many times, forcing them to choose to obey. As an exile of Catanae, Antiporus returned to his hometown after a few years, and it was like a fish in water. He was familiar with many slaves and freedmen here, and could even name them. Soon, he established a situation in the port. With the help of his former compatriots, he formed his own team and sent people to Syracuse, Leontini, Sicily, Taunus, and other neighboring city-states to spread rumors, look for allies, and wait for the right time. Now, the opportunity had come. The army of Syracuse had suffered heavy losses in Greece, and almost all the troops of Syracuse and its southeastern allies had been transferred to encircle and suppress the Dionysian army that had landed. The reason why Antiporus did not immediately start a riot was because he was afraid of alerting Dionysius' supporters in the city of Syracuse. For this reason, the people of Catanae had urged him several times. Now that the news of the riot in Syracuse had come, Antiporus immediately announced that the action had begun. The people of Cadenai burst into cheers. They gathered their troops and attacked the city of Cadenai. At the same time, the slaves of Cadenai in the city were also organized and launched a fierce attack on the mercenaries on the city wall, demanding revenge for their dead relatives. There were not many mercenaries left behind to begin with. Suddenly attacked from both the front and the back, they were quickly routed. Antiporus led the insurgents to occupy the city of Cadenai. He did not participate in the victory celebration of his former compatriots. Instead, he immediately sent people on horseback to the three city-states of Leontini, Taunus, and Sicily. He told his men lurking there that there had been a riot in Syracuse and Cadenai, and that it had succeeded. He wanted to boost their confidence and urge them to take immediate action. Antiporus believed that these three city-states had succumbed to the powerful military attack of Syracuse and had been supported by Dionysius as a puppet to establish a tyrannical regime. The heavy tribute and military taxes were placed on the people, so their resentment towards Syracuse could be imagined. It would only take a spark to ignite a raging fire, and the news of the successful riots in Syracuse and Cadenai would undoubtedly boost their confidence and fighting spirit. As long as the riots in these three city-states were also successful, it would be difficult for the army led by Macias to return to Syracuse. For this reason, Antiporus sent people on a speedboat north to the port of Megero to inform the first army commander, Antonios, of the success of the riots in Syracuse and Cadenai, so that he could be mentally prepared. Early in the morning, the sky was covered in fog in Syracuse, but there was only a thin layer of fog in Megero. Macias had already received a report from his scouts. More than 5,000 reinforcements from the south coast city-states of Gela and Camalina were about to arrive. Hence, the cautious Macias did not continue to bombard the southern bank of the Alcantara River with ballistic cannons, nor did he lead his army to cross the river and attack directly. Instead, he led his 12,000 soldiers and the 50 ballistic caravan westward along the river, away from the town of Megero and near Mount Etna. They crossed the Alcantara River unhurriedly, rendering the traps set by the First Army near the town of Megero useless. Antonios did not send troops to stop them on the other side of the river because Tauromigna's mercenaries had also come out at the right time. In order to avoid being attacked from both sides, Antonios chose to continue to hide in the dilapidated town of Megero. He even transferred back 200 soldiers from the temporary outpost in the north the day before yesterday, and sent people to the western mountains to inform the exiles not to go east for the time being. Macias's army easily met up with the Tauromanian mercenaries, and the total number of troops reached 13,000. Macias still chose a safe tactic, placing the remaining ballistic cannons in front of the formation and continuing to fire stone bullets at the west of Megero while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. For a time, the stone bullets whistled through the air, and the town roared continuously. In order to avoid being accidentally injured by the flying gravel and sawdust, the soldiers of Dionia and the refugees in the town had no choice but to retreat again and again to the east. Macias, on the other hand, calmly let the soldiers go and clear the traps and obstacles that the Dionia people had set up outside the town of Megero. The soldiers of the First Legion felt suffocated. Since the establishment of the First Legion, they had won every battle and were invincible. They were the heroes that the people of Dionia praised and yearned for. They had never experienced a battle like this before. Other than dodging the ballistic cannons, they were constantly retreating. Therefore, the soldiers began to protest to the team officers, demanding that they rush out of the town and engage the enemy head-on. It was not only the soldiers who protested, but the refugees were also dissatisfied. They were trapped in this town with their wives and children. There was no river in the west, so the ballista could be completely pushed to the front of the town. In this way, the entire town of Megero was within the range of the ballista. When everyone's protest and dissatisfaction were conveyed to Antonios through the team officers and the leader of the refugees, one could imagine the pressure he was under. "Sir Legion Commander, we can't be so passive anymore. We have to fight our way out and destroy their ballista," Tegtinos suggested loudly. Chapter 555. That's why we'll let the enemy invade the town. We'll make use of the close-quarters combat of a legion of Dionysia, using the narrow streets and ruins to prevent the enemy's superior forces from being fully utilized. This is the battle plan we came up with beforehand. It's the right plan, and we should stick to it. Geogri's emphasized, but the enemy isn't falling for it. If we wait like this, the ballistics projectiles will already be on our heads before Syracuse makes it in. Tecthenus yelled in frustration. Actually, Syracuse's strategy is advantageous to us. Didn't the scouts who rushed to the port last night say that they're preparing to start a riot in Syracuse, Catani, and a few other cities today? Perhaps they won't even have to fight Syracuse in the end. They'll be forced to retreat, Xanthoparis said expectantly. You actually believe the words of those cowards who only know how to sneak around? Tecthenus blurted out. The other officers' expressions changed when they heard this. They more or less heard that these scouts were trusted aides nurtured by the king of Devers. Antonios glanced at Xenophanes, who had an awkward expression on his face, and scolded Tecthenus softly. If it wasn't for Xenophanes' help, would we have occupied Megero so easily? Would we have gotten help from the Sicilians so quickly? Childish. Actually, Antonios was also dubious about the secret letters sent by the scouts, but the reality of the situation left him with no other choice. In this strange land, there were basically hostile forces everywhere. Apart from staying in Myler, where else could his first legion retreat to? If Antrodorus's plan succeeded, of course it would be to everyone's delight. At this moment, a soldier who was waiting at the port hurriedly ran over to report. Lord Commander, our fleet is here. That damned Sicerian had finally arrived. Antonios was invigorated. Order the troops to bring the families of the exiles, maintain order, and retreat to the port. Yes, Lord Commander. The captains and the leader of the exiles replied in unison. Sicerian didn't actually come. He was still recuperating in Lygium. Although Sicorian was usually flamboyant and did not like to be commanded by an army, he would not be careless during crucial moments of war. Furthermore, Antonius had specially sent a clipper ship to Lygium yesterday, taking the risk to make a request to him. He hoped that the Dionysian fleet could arrive at Megero earlier tomorrow to deal with the full-scale attack of the people of Syracuse. Sicorian did not dare to take this lightly. He even specifically warned Flarios, who was commanding the fleet on his behalf, that he would set off early the next morning and rush to Megero as soon as possible. The arrival of the Dionysian fleet, as well as the influx of the townspeople and soldiers to the port, were reported to Messias by the scouts. After scolding Palinnices for his incompetence, Messias asked, "Where are the reinforcements? We've passed Sicily and should reach the south bank of the Alcana River soon. Send someone to urge them to hurry." Messias finally ordered, "Blow the horn to attack. Don't let the people of Dionia escape." Indeed, Messias had spent so much time preparing and expending so many ballistae not just to chase away the Dionysian army that had invaded Sicily, but to completely destroy them, to boost the morale of the people of Syracuse and gain fame for himself. Due to the urgency of the situation, he could not give the people of Dionia time to escape from the port and land elsewhere in Sicily. Messias could not allow the army to bypass the northern side of Megero, which was also filled with traps and obstacles, and attack the port from the east. That would waste too much time. Thus, the soldiers of the allied army of Syracuse began their attack from the western side of the town that had already been cleared. They crossed the wooden walls that had almost disappeared after being bombarded by the ballistae and charged into the town aggressively. The vast army was divided into thin streams by the crisscrossing streets, and soon the army of Dionia ran into trouble. "Ouch! My foot! My foot has been pierced. Stop! Don't push forward. There's a big pit in front. The captain and the others have fallen into it." The people of Syracuse did not expect that the people of Dionia had not only set up traps and obstacles outside the town, but also within the town itself. In fact, the soldiers of the First Legion had led the refugees to create this overnight. Even without the urgent report from Catani's spy last night, Antonios did not intend to lead his troops to escape by boat. To him, The order that the Devers gave before the departure of the First Legion did not include the words, "If the battle goes south, retreat is allowed." If he retreated before the battle even started, even if the Devers forgave him for the sake of their past relationship, he would not have a future in Dionia in the future. As for the soldiers of the First Legion, their considerations were simpler. How could the soldiers of Dionia, who had always been called the bravest by the people of Dionia, allow themselves to become cowards? Antonios's previous pretense of retreat was only to lure the enemy into attacking earlier. Once they entered the town and started fighting with the soldiers of the First Legion, the ballistae would naturally not fire anymore. At the same time, he also arranged for the families of the exiled warriors to be worried about and the army to be distracted to take care of them. This was so that the army could fight with all their might without any distractions. When the 300 cavalrymen of the Syracuse allied army galloped near the port, they saw more than 3,000 exiled soldiers forming a phalanx, protecting the port. Behind them, thousands of elderly, women, and children, under the orderly guidance of the sailors, rushed to the port and quickly boarded the ships. Of course, the soldiers of Syracuse would not charge into the tightly defended phalanx. They only watched from afar and waited for the infantry to arrive. However, the soldiers of Syracuse were frightened by the frequent traps. They advanced cautiously and began to expand to both sides. At that moment, the light infantry led by the 7th Captain, Spider, appeared. They did not launch arrows and javelins at the enemy in groups like they would in a regular battle. Instead, they hid in the dilapidated houses between the streets, crawled on the ruins, or stood on the opposite side of the large pit, firing accurately at the enemy. The soldiers of Syracuse were focused on detecting the traps in front of them. Suddenly, an arrow flew out from the window of a house and hit the soldier's unprotected thigh. Another javelin fell from the roof above and pierced the soldier's shoulder that he did not have time to protect with his round shield. The sneak attack of the Dionia light infantry had a high fatality rate due to the close distance. As the soldiers of Syracuse had to fight the Dionia head-on, it was impossible for the light infantry to charge at the front. The heavy infantry who were charging at the front were now afraid of the traps and long-range sneak attacks of the Dionia. Their advance was even slower. Back in Medmar City, even though the Dionians didn't attack for the past few days, the Medmar defenders didn't let down their guard. Because the day before yesterday, they witnessed the despicable Dionians ordering the Medmar and Rockley captives who were captured in the battle to fill up the trench in front of the city wall with soil bags. The night before yesterday, the Medmarians took advantage of the darkness to pull down ropes from the city wall and let the soldiers slide down to dig up the trench. However, the Dionia were already prepared. They had ambushed the light infantry not far away, causing Medmar to lose many of its soldiers. After suffering such a setback, the Medmarians no longer dared to leave the city. They knew that they were in danger and could only defend the city with all their might. At the same time, they hoped that the defeated Syracuse could reverse the situation and defeat Dionia, giving Medmar a chance of survival. Today, the Medmar soldiers stood at the top of the city wall, looking ahead vigilantly. The Dionians were just like a few days ago, starting to get into formation in front of the city about 100 meters away. But this time, they had 2 siege weapons in front of them. Even from 100 meters away, the Medmar soldiers could feel the enormity of the siege weapons. "Quick, come and look. What's that?" A soldier shouted to his companions in panic. This should be a siege tower. I heard from the Locrians that the Syracuse people used this kind of siege weapon to conquer many cities. It seems to be taller than our city wall. How? How should we deal with this thing? Just when the defenders were nervous, woo! The bugle of the attack rang through the army of Dionia. Medmar's siege began. "Commander, be careful." The adjutant pressed Matones, who had risked approaching the wooden wall, down. There was a strong whooshing sound, and a stone shell whizzed past his head. Matones touched his neck with lingering fear and cursed, "Damn the ballista team. They're trying to kill." Before he could finish, there was a loud bang in front of him. The stone shell hit the tower 8 to 9 meters away. The tower that the Syracuse people built in a hurry was not very sturdy. When the 15-kilogram stone shell hit the top of the tower, not only did wood chips fly everywhere, but the tower also shook and tilted backwards. Accompanied by the screams of the harpooneers on the top of the tower, the 6-meter-tall tower fell straight to the ground. That's great. The ballista team is great. Keep it up. Matones waved his fists and shouted excitedly. The adjutant rolled his eyes. He was just scolding the ballista team a moment ago, but his tone changed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 556. However, most of the Dionia light infantry's attention was attracted by the tower. This allowed the Syracuse light infantry to not only throw javelins from the tower, but they also rushed to the front of the trench and threw javelins at the enemies on the wooden wall under the cover of the tank. They even shot fire arrows at the curtain wall. The Legion of Dionysia had to defend against the javelins thrown from the tower and the wall, protect the wooden wall from being burned down, and stop the enemies from climbing up the wall using ladders. It was a little hard for them to take care of everything. Siege chariots. The enemy's siege chariots are under the wall. A soldier exclaimed. Martoris had just cut down an enemy who was about to climb up the wall into the trench. He quickly stuck his head out to take a look, only to see an undamaged siege vehicle pushing away a few burning siege vehicles that were piled up. It passed through the trench that had been filled up and was almost pushed under the wooden wall. Piss! Pour the tar! Martones shouted anxiously. Clang! His guard used his shield to block a javelin that was thrown at him. Legion Commander, there's no more oil. The soldier shouted in frustration. Go to the camp and look for it. See if there's any tar left. Matones gave orders to his guards and ordered the soldiers, smash it. Wood and rocks hit the siege chariots below the wall, but did not seem to affect them much. On the contrary, under the protection of the herringbone roof, the Syracuse soldiers pushed the battering rams with metal pieces at the top and slammed them hard on the wooden wall. The wooden wall creaked and shook. Even the Syracuse soldiers who were climbing the ladders nearby were affected and fell into the trench. Martones grabbed the battlement of the wall with both hands and was thinking anxiously about how to deal with it. Another scream came from behind. It's on fire. The wooden wall is on fire. Your Majesty, a section of the wooden wall in the area that the Legio 4 is defending has been hit by the Syracuse soldiers with oil tanks and fire arrows many times. It has caught fire, but the fire has been extinguished. However, 10 meters of the wooden wall had been burned. Fortunately, the trench in front had not been filled, so the enemy had not immediately rushed to the bottom of the wall and destroyed it. Epiphanes has already sent Legio IV's light armored squad to set up a defensive formation behind the wall. Tormid reported the dangerous situation to the Devers, who had already walked out of the tent and were observing the defense of the 4th and 7th Legions. Devers furrowed his brows slightly. He looked at the light armored squad that was lined up in front of the wooden wall and pondered for a moment before saying, It seems like Dionysius has concentrated all of his attacks on my main camp. Syracuse is quite capable in sieging a city. It will be a little difficult for the 4th and 7th Legions to defend against so many people's attacks. Tormid, Ear, go and form the 2nd, 5th, and 6th Legions of the left and right battalions to come to the main camp immediately. Devers gave the order decisively, but Tormid was shocked. Your Majesty, if all the troops retreat, then what about the 2 camps? If Dionysius wants it, then give it to him, Devers said casually, and the soldiers' hard work for a few days went to waste. Wait, don't let them retreat yet. Leave the light infantry to defend for now. When the enemy attacks, they will be able to deal some damage, Devers emphasized again. Yes, Your Majesty. Tormid turned around and was about to leave when he heard a cry in front of him, followed by a loud bang. In the midst of the crackling sound, a large hole appeared in the wooden wall in front of him. Your Majesty, the enemy used siege vehicles to destroy a section of our wooden wall. The messenger who had rushed back shouted anxiously. Devers' expression was calm. He turned around and shouted, Izum, brothers, follow me. Izum had been waiting for a long time. He led his Mountain Ridge scouts and rushed towards the hole. Tormid saw this and quickened his pace. Sir, the left and right battalions of Dionia are moving towards the main camp. Dionysius heard the report and stood up excitedly. Devers finally fell for it. Gather the troops and attack the left battalion of Dionia immediately. Yes, the main camp of Dionia faced the western wall of Silatina, while the left and right battalions stretched out their arms to surround the north and south sides of Silatina. The left battalion was guarded by most of the soldiers of Legio VI and the 5th Legion. The 5th Legion was the legion of Dionysia that suffered the heaviest losses in this war. Although they were later replenished with some soldiers, their strength was definitely not as good as before. Legio VI was a newly formed legion before the war and had only participated in the Battle of Crotone so far. Therefore, the left battalion was not as good as the 2nd Legion, and a small number of soldiers of Legio VI stationed in the right battalion, be it the quality of the soldiers or the degree of teamwork. The difference in strength could be seen from the traps and obstacles laid in front of the two battalions. Dionysius had already understood this in the past few days and naturally wanted to strike at the weakest point of the Dionysian army. The northern gate of Silatina opened wide, and more than 10,000 Syracuse elites reorganized and equipped with better armor and equipment, in addition to a few thousand freedmen armed with simple wooden shields and spears. A total of nearly 20,000 soldiers under the personal command of Dionysius charged towards the left battalion. The news quickly spread to the main camp of Dionia. "Your Majesty, our left battalion may not be able to hold on much longer." Secretary Hinepolis cried out. "Didn't I say it before? If Dionysius wants it, he can take it." The Devers said calmly, "He thinks he could defeat us by breaking through our camp, but he doesn't know that he has fallen into our trap. Right now, Dionysius is too obsessed with the outcome of a battle and can no longer consider the outcome of the battle as a whole." Helibones nodded, as if he understood, at the same time quickly recording what the Devers said on a piece of papyrus. Tormid, "Yes. Inform Felicius and Olivers to lead their troops and form a formation 20 meters from the eastern wooden wall. At the same time, have Amyntas lead the 2nd Army to stand on the northern wooden wall of the main camp. This is to prevent the enemy from attacking the main camp after occupying the left battalion." The Devers ordered again, "Also, when they are ready, tell Matones and Epitenes not to send troops to seal up the gaps and let the enemy in." "Yes." The Devers relaxed a little after he finished giving his orders in one breath. He turned to look at the confused Hinepolis and could not help but explain, "The left battalion is lost, and the right battalion is also lost. It's not important to us. Our goal is to kill as many Syracuse soldiers as possible, so that Dionysius will lose a large number of elite soldiers and lose the ability to attack." When Dionysius led his troops and left the protection of the fortified city to attack us, he was already doomed to fail. The army led by Dionysius broke into the left battalion after paying a small price. The camp was already empty, and the attack was so easy that Dionysius was slightly surprised. Of course, he thought that it was mainly because he had used a large number of troops to attack the main camp of Dionia to confuse the Devers and divert the main force of the left battalion away. But at this moment, he did not have time to slowly savor the joy of victory. The main force was courageously attacking the main camp of Dionia, and the price they had to pay was very high. He had to seize the time, quickly attack the camp from the side, and completely defeat the Dionia soldiers. Dionysius led the soldiers quickly through the tents, rushing towards the south. The battle cries and screams in front of them were getting louder and clearer. "We're almost there?" Dionysius's heart was getting more and more excited. When they bypassed the tent area, he stopped in shock. A tall, long wooden wall more than 20 meters in front of him blocked his way, and in front of the wooden wall was a trench. How could this be? Why did the Dionia soldiers build such a thick wooden wall and dig such a wide trench inside the entire camp, instead of just using a wooden fence to separate the camp? His hope of victory was shattered in an instant. The strong sense of disparity and the fear of failure caused the strong-willed Dionysius to roar in grief and indignation. "Sir, be careful!" On the wooden wall, the light infantry of the 2nd Corps rained down arrows and javelins. The Syracuse soldiers hurriedly raised their round shields to defend, while the bodyguards protected Dionysius. Dionysius heard the sound of the arrow colliding with the round shield. Clang, 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 clang. He was getting anxious. It seemed that the Dionysius soldiers had built a wooden wall and trench in the camp to protect the main camp. It was obvious that they had already planned to give up the left and right camps. Unfortunately, the entire camp was blocked by wooden walls and traps. The scouts could not find out what was going on inside the camp. Every time the envoy was sent to negotiate with the Dionysia camp, he would cover his eyes with a cloth when he entered and left the camp. He had no idea what was going on inside the camp. Did he fall into the trap of the Devers again? Since Dionysius was confident that he could break through the left camp and continue to attack south, he would be able to break into the central camp. That was why the soldiers only brought ladders and no siege weapons. Siege towers, siege wagons, and other large weapons could not be pushed into the camp. Faced with the heavily guarded central camp, the people of Syracuse were helpless. Chapter 5:57. Messias did not expect the Dionysius soldiers to set up traps in the town of Megero. This caused a lot of trouble for the attacking troops. He could only let the light infantry catch up and assist the heavy infantry in chasing away the rats. At the same time, he urged the reinforcements to join the battle as soon as possible. Of course, it was impossible for the soldiers of the First Legion to set up traps in the entire town, especially in the area where they and the refugees were staying. As time passed, the soldiers of Syracuse had already entered this area. At this time, the soldiers of the First Legion who had been waiting for a long time immediately went forward to intercept the soldiers of Syracuse in the narrow streets, engaging them in direct combat. The soldiers of Syracuse advanced continuously. Once they were blocked in front, they would attempt to go around the streets on both sides. However, the other units of the First Legion would intercept them in a new street. The attack of the soldiers of Syracuse was like water. Once they were blocked, the soldiers at the back would make a detour around them. On the other hand, the soldiers of Dionysia were like stones, blocking every path that the enemy could take. As the battle progressed, the attacking troops of Syracuse had actually made a detour to the back of the First Legion from both sides. Among the 5,000 soldiers of the First Legion, there were more than 1,000 light infantry and light armored soldiers. Their military strength was stretched to the limit. If not for the 3,000 refugees who returned immediately after escorting their families and blocked the attack of the soldiers of Syracuse from the back, the First Legion would have been caught in a pincer attack. Now, the First Legion and the refugees were engaged in a fierce battle with the allied forces of Syracuse in various streets. Gradually, a circular defensive circle was formed with Antonio's small command center as the center. Beside Antonio's, his adjutant, 20 guards, and messengers, the rest of his troops had been sent out. Although he looked calm and composed as he sat on the rooftop of the 3-story building that once belonged to the consul of Megero, he was actually feeling uneasy. The First Legion had been surrounded by the enemy. There was no way out other than to fight to the death. Furthermore, he no longer had any reserve troops. Once a street was breached by the enemy, it would be a disaster for the entire First Legion. Therefore, not only did Antonios place his spear and shield beside him, he also ordered his adjutant, guards, and some messengers to be fully armed. If there was any danger, he would personally lead the troops in a battle. Thud, thud, thud. A messenger panted as he ran up to the roof. Reporting to Commander, the East, our allies are defending the east side very well. There are no signs of them being forced to retreat. It seems like these exiles are just as they said. They've been fighting against the Psycheer people, mercenaries, and sometimes even wild beasts. Their courage, fighting spirit, and fighting skills aren't weak. We can relax for now, the aide-de-camp said in relief. Antonius heaved a sigh of relief. He was most worried about the performance of these exiled soldiers. That was why he had specially sent messengers to keep an eye on them and report the situation. At this moment, he said, "Our brothers are responsible for the defense of 3 sides. They have more than 3,000 people and are only responsible for the east side. It is only natural that they can resist the enemy's attack. "Commander, do you think we should transfer some of their soldiers to form a new reserve team?" the adjutant suggested. Antonius was slightly tempted. He looked up at the sky. The sun had already begun to move to the west. He looked ahead. On every street, the soldiers of the First Legion were fighting bravely. They were outnumbered by the enemy, and not only were they able to resist the enemy's attack, but they also seemed to have caused some chaos. "The real battle has just begun. Don't be hasty. Let's wait for a while," Antonius muttered. Due to the continuous bombardment of the ballistae for more than a day, the streets of Magero were filled with rubble and debris. Occasionally, large boulders would appear in the middle of the road. This caused the Syracuse soldiers to be unable to spread out on the streets. Due to these reasons, the dense formation of the infantrymen was split apart. They were unable to effectively form a combined force to push the Dionia soldiers. Instead, the Dionia soldiers were able to squeeze through the gaps in the formation caused by the terrain and engage in close combat. In such close combat, the long shields and short swords of the Dionia soldiers were able to display their might. At the same time, the soldiers of the First Legion did not throw the 2 javelins in their hands before the battle began. Instead, they handed the javelins to their comrades at the back. They would stand on the boulders and throw the javelins from above, or throw them through the gaps between their comrades when the enemy was slipping and unprotected. This was the main reason why the First Legion was able to resist the enemy's attack and even gain the upper hand despite having fewer soldiers than the Syracuse soldiers on every street. After Macias understood the situation in front of him, he was shocked by the combat strength of the Dionia soldiers. At the same time, he was also anxious that he could not make use of his advantage in numbers. After some thought, he ordered the soldiers who were stuck at the back to carry scaling ladders and climb up from the houses on the streets. This was to provide support to the soldiers who were trapped in the streets, forcing the Dionia soldiers to split up. Originally, Macias had prepared these scaling ladders out of habit before he attacked the city. Since he had so many ballistic cannons, he had never thought of using them this time. Now, it was the perfect time to put them to use. The soldiers carried the ladders and started climbing from a place far away from the battle. The houses of the Greeks, be it the rich or the commoners, basically had 4 walls and a roof, with an open courtyard in the middle. Hence, the Syracuse soldiers climbed in and out of the dilapidated houses. Sometimes they even had a fight with the Dionia light infantry hiding in the houses. It was a difficult and dangerous journey. After more than half an hour, Antonios received urgent reports from messengers. "Sir, the first platoon leader Georges said that the enemy has infiltrated from the houses and is threatening the flank of his troops. He does not have more soldiers to stop them, so he requests for a retreat. Sir, the second platoon leader Xanapurus retreat. Let all the platoons and the refugees retreat to the designated area according to the pre-battle deployment. Get into formation and defend. Inform Xpit to gather all the light infantry here." "Yes, sir." Before the battle, Antonios and the platoon leaders had already considered the worst-case scenario and had come up with a remedy. However, he did not expect to be forced to this step so quickly. This Syracuse general is not simple. Antonius sighed inwardly. He looked up at the sky and turned to ask Lorphines, "The rebellion you planned should have begun, right?" Chirophanes, of course, knew that the first platoon was in a precarious situation. He answered without hesitation, "Based on my understanding of Androporus, since he dared to make a request to you, he must have made ample preparations. And judging from the time now, I'm afraid it's already over." Chirophanes' words made Antonios feel slightly relieved. He said in a low voice, "If that's the case, let the first platoon and Syracuse fight the last battle here." The soldiers of the first platoon slowly retreated in an orderly manner. Due to the restrictions of the terrain and the fear of javelins from the enemy's formation, the Syracuse soldiers did not attack fiercely. Instead, they cautiously closed in, allowing the companies and squads of the first platoon to successfully retreat from the streets. The refugees, on the other hand, did not fare as well. They lacked training and experience during the retreat, so they panicked a little. The Syracuse soldiers took advantage of the situation to strengthen their attacks, causing the chaos to worsen. Fortunately, Syracuse had the fewest soldiers in this direction. The refugees were only responsible for defending the east side, and they had enough soldiers. Moreover, they had a deep grudge against the Syracuse soldiers, so even if the chaos caused more casualties, they would not turn around and run away. In the end, they retreated from the streets as well. Antonio's consul mansion was the administrative center of Mealer, and it was not adjacent to other residential buildings. Due to the preparations made in advance, the 1st Brigade and the exiled soldiers were able to surround it smoothly, forming a thick and dense circular formation. On the other hand, the Syracuse soldiers who followed the enemy to gather in front of the formation were not too prepared. There was chaos and gaps between the troops that came out from the streets. The 1st Platoon did not completely stand on the defensive. Instead, they seized the opportunity to counterattack. They launched short, orderly charges from company to company. When a company launched its charge, the soldiers of the 7th Platoon on the roof of the consul's residence immediately threw javelins and arrows into the area despite the numbness in their arms. The 1st Platoon's tactic caused the Syracuse soldiers in front of them to fall into chaos. Macias, who had hurried to the rear of the troops, saw the situation and hurriedly asked the bugler to blow the bugle to attack. At the same time, he ordered the hundreds of mercenaries under him to form a line and chase the retreating soldiers back. If they did not obey, they would be executed on the spot. He also asked Sicily, Catanai, and Leontini, who were following him, to rush forward to pacify their somewhat restless troops. Because he was worried that the refugees would not be able to cooperate well, and he was also worried that the 1st Platoon's forces would be surrounded by the enemy after leaving the formation. Furthermore, he trusted Shiloh Finney's words, so the cautious Andonrios did not choose to launch an all-out attack. This gave the Syracuse coalition a chance to breathe. The chaos was recovering, and the generals were commanding the soldiers to regroup. At this moment, Macias ordered, "Bring in a few ballistae from outside the town." Chapter 558. Macias pointed at the 3-story consul's mansion that stood tens of meters away and said coldly, "Don't worry about hurting our soldiers, because that's our target." Not only was the towering roof an easy target for the ballistic cannons, it could also crush the Dionia light infantry that were launching long-range attacks from above, eliminating the damage they had caused to the Syracuse army's dense formation. Moreover, Macias could sense that the commander of the Syracuse army was right above. Bombarding the building would lower the morale of the Dionia soldiers. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The adjutant quickly understood this point and immediately exclaimed in admiration, "General, you're right. A messenger! A messenger! Quickly inform the ballista troops outside the town to bring the ballista here immediately." Macias looked at the building in front of him. He could almost feel the enemy's commander looking down at him. He admitted that he had underestimated the combat power of the Dionysian army. They had caused a lot of casualties to the Syracuse coalition army. However, the trouble they had planned would end here. The Syracuse coalition army had surrounded them on this unprotected flat ground with twice the number of soldiers. As long as they continued to attack, victory would eventually come. Macias was very confident of this. Just as the 2 armies were engaged in a fierce battle, a loud shout came from behind Macias and the other generals who were supervising the battle. "Sir General Habagris! Sir General Habagris!" From the corner of Macias's eyes, the bodyguard of the tyrant Sicily hurriedly brought that person over. "Sir General, this is bad. There's a riot in Sicily City and the port." The person shouted in panic as soon as he saw Habagris. The surrounding people were all shocked. Habagris grabbed his chest tightly and asked anxiously, "What nonsense are you talking about? When I left Sicily yesterday, everything in the city was very calm. There's no riot." "It's true, sir," the person cried and said in panic. "This morning, the freedmen and slaves in the port rioted and attacked Sicily City. When Sir Celtas was about to lead the soldiers to defend, some citizens suddenly attacked them from behind and opened the city gate. Sir Celtas had no choice but to lead the troops to defend the city. Sir, your family is also hidden in the city. Now, only Sir can lead the troops back and defeat those rioters. Only then can we save our Sicily City." Hearing this, Hippogras shouted anxiously, "Callilatus, quickly recall our soldiers. We have to return to Sicily immediately." "Yes, sir." A Sicily general hurriedly ran to the front. "Wait," Macias hurriedly shouted. "Lord Hippogras, we don't know if the news of Sicily being attacked is true or false. Why don't we send scouts to investigate first, and it won't be too late to send troops after confirming it." It was not easy for the coalition forces to start attacking again and gain a slight upper hand. Macias did not want this good momentum to be interrupted, so he wanted to stall for time first. Unexpectedly, Hippogras saw through Macias's intentions. He pointed at the messenger and said with a serious expression, "Dillas is my slave butler and has followed me for decades. You don't have to doubt his words." "I'm sorry, Sir Macias. I have to rush back immediately and eliminate those rioters, not only to save my family, but also for the dozens of tons of grain stored in the city for the army to eat." With Hippogras's reminder, Macias's expression changed drastically. He did not stop Hippogras from leaving. Instead, he said, "After eliminating the enemies here, I will immediately lead the troops to Sicily to assist you." There were only about 1,000 soldiers participating in the battle in Sicily. Considering that their combat power was not strong, Macias did not arrange for them to be at the front of the enemy, so it was easier for them to retreat. Looking at Hippogras hurriedly leading the troops away, Macias felt a little uneasy, so he ordered, "Blow the bugle again and urge the soldiers to step up the attack. I've said long ago that this Hippogras is an incompetent fellow. Sir Dionysius should have eliminated Sicily back then and let us mercenaries manage that small city. Then there wouldn't have been such trouble." Beside him, Pavlos, who used to be a mercenary leader and had now become the tyrant of Catani, mocked him without any scruples, causing the expressions of the generals of the other cities to change. Macias warned him in a low voice with a displeased expression, "Don't talk nonsense." The officer in charge of the ballistae rushed over. "Sir, the ballistae have been carried here." The report of the ballistae officer made Macias perk up. "Find a place to set up your ballistae and bombard that house," Macias said in high spirits as he pointed at the consul's residence. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone shouting from behind, "Sir Pavlos, bad news. Catani has been occupied by thugs." Macias was shocked when he heard that. The tyrant of Catani, who had made sarcastic remarks previously, had already run to the back anxiously, while the generals of the other cities were whispering to each other. Pavlos quickly came to Macias and said anxiously, "Macias, I have to bring my brothers back immediately." Macias forced himself to calm down. He did not play any tricks on his comrades who were in the same trench. Instead, he analyzed the situation seriously. "Pavlos, Catani has already been lost. If you rush back now, even if you recapture it, it will have already been damaged. And if you leave now, you will ruin this battle that we have put in a lot of effort and are about to win. You have also seen how powerful these Dionia soldiers are. Once they escape, they will create more trouble for us." Macias could let the Sicily leave, but he could not let the troops of Catani leave, because their 3,000 mercenaries were one of the main forces of this battle. Pavlos listened to his advice and hesitated. His tone was not as resolute as before. "I'm afraid this battle will continue until dusk before a winner can be decided. Even if we return to Catani, I'm afraid we can only attack tomorrow. In such a long time, those thugs will strengthen their defenses, and it will be very difficult for us to attack the city. And if my brothers know that I did not lead them to recapture their homeland in time, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold this position for long. With the support of Sir Dionysius, what are you afraid of?" Macias encouraged him. "As for the losses of our brothers, Syracuse will compensate them." While Pavlos was still hesitating, another messenger arrived on horseback and shouted anxiously, "General Vlotais, bad news. Leontini." The tyrants and generals of the allied states beside Macias were already in an uproar. Those who could sit in this position were not fools. Sicily riot. Catani riot. Leontini riot. This was no longer an isolated riot. It was very likely to be a storm of resistance against Syracuse that had been set off in the southeast of Sicily. The people here had been dissatisfied with Syracuse for a long time. Everyone present was well aware of this, because they had all benefited from Dionysius's rule over Sicily. At this moment, they no longer cared about the face of the leader of the alliance. They all expressed to Macias that they wanted to bring their troops back to the city to stabilize the situation. They did not wait for Macias's reply and went straight to their own city armies. Previously, Macias was able to make these nobles of the alliance bow their heads and obey his orders because of the power of Syracuse. Now that a disaster was upon them, how could they still be willing to listen to the orders of a mercenary? Macias tried to persuade them, but still could not stop them from acting on their own. Just when he was at a loss, Pavlos said coldly beside him, "Macias, I also want to bring my troops back. I advise you to immediately withdraw your troops as well. Riots have appeared in our cities. Do you think Syracuse can avoid it? Don't forget, Lord Dionysius and you have removed the defense forces of Syracuse. It's quite empty there." Macias was shocked when he heard this. He only wanted to destroy the enemy in front of him, but he had forgotten the most important responsibility that he shouldered. His heart was in a mess as he watched Pavlos command his men to rush towards the phalanx formed by Catanai's army. His heart sank. He knew that this battle was over. He looked up at the consul's mansion in front of him as if he could see the enemy's commander sneering at them. For a large-scale riot to appear in Sicily at this time, it was definitely caused by the people of Dionia. Thinking of this, anger rose in his heart and he shouted angrily, "Ballista, bombard that house immediately." "Lord Commander, the enemy seems to have begun to retreat." The adjutant shouted excitedly. There was no need for him to remind him. In Antonios's field of vision, he saw generals wearing gorgeous crowns rushing to various positions in the enemy's formation, shouting something loudly. Then, there was a commotion in the enemy's formation. Then, groups of soldiers withdrew from the formation and were led by those generals to retreat to the west. There were many gaps in the thick circular formation that had originally tightly surrounded the First Legion and the exiled soldiers. Their retreat had also seriously affected the soldiers of Syracuse. They no longer attacked, but looked around and shouted at each other, conveying the uneasiness in their hearts to the other soldiers. Soon, the entire circular formation fell into chaos. Could it be that the news of the riots led by Androporus and the others had already reached the enemy? Antonios subconsciously looked at Chirophanes. "Lord Commander, I think we can take this opportunity to launch an attack." The adjutant's words pulled him back from his thoughts, but he saw a few stone bullets flying towards them from afar. Chapter 559. With a few loud bangs, Antonios felt a few pieces of gravel jump onto his legs. It was a little painful. He asked with concern, "Is everyone okay?" Just as the guards were reporting that they were safe, the light infantrymen on the rooftop, who were also responsible for attacking the enemy from a distance, shouted, "Captain! Captain! Wake up! Captain!" Antonios was shocked. Spit, who was commanding the light infantrymen to dodge, was hit in the head by a large piece of stone. He fell to the ground immediately. As a comrade of the Persia Expeditionary Force and a colleague in the Senate, Antonios had a good relationship with Spit. He was worried and angry when he saw him unconscious. He ordered the guards to call for the medical team while he gave the order, "Blow the bugle. Don't let the enemy escape." Woo! As the bugle of Dionia was blown, the Syracuse coalition army's retreat bugle sounded. It was not that Macias did not want to lead his troops in a safer retreat, but the situation was out of control. Some of the Syracuse soldiers saw that the situation was not good and began to escape with their allies. The encirclement of the entire army was in a mess. If they did not act decisively, the enemy might surround the remaining troops. Hence, he gave the order to retreat. He would rather let the soldiers escape like scattered sand than be captured by the enemy. The sound of the retreat bugle woke Antonios up from his grief. He shouted to the light infantrymen, "Brothers, don't just be sad. It's time to avenge Cirque Spit. Catch up with the escaping enemies and kill them." The light infantrymen roared and immediately ran downstairs to regroup with their comrades. They quickly joined the pursuit. These light infantries could be considered as the ones with better stamina in the First Legion. Coupled with the fact that they weren't wearing heavy armor or helmets, their pursuit speed would cause a lot of trouble to the retreating enemies. Antonius was convinced of this. As the Syracuse allied army surrounded the First Legion in a circular formation, and as they retreated, the First Legion in the inner circle attacked from all sides, causing them to be unable to retreat in the same direction, and were forced to flee in all directions. Many of the Syracuse soldiers wanted to escape from Meler as quickly as possible, and at the same time avoid the traps that the Dianians had set up in the town. Everything went smoothly when they passed through the area that had been bombarded by the ballistae for a whole day yesterday. When they crossed the almost non-existent wooden wall and jumped into the river, the wooden stakes and iron spikes that the First Legion had buried in the mud at the bottom of the river pierced their feet. They screamed and fell into the river one by one, drowning. This caused the people behind to shrink back. Under the spears and daggers of the Dionius soldiers, they were either killed or surrendered. There were also a small number of soldiers who chose to flee to the north. They were mainly the mercenaries of Tauromenion. Pursued by the enemy, they ran all the way to the mountains and were not far from the city of Tauromenion. However, nearly 1,000 sailors with wooden oars and bows blocked their way. It turned out that after the Dionysian fleet loaded the families of the refugees, they did not leave the port. Instead, they kept a close watch on the situation. When they saw the enemy retreating, the Dionysian fleet, eager to make a contribution, took advantage of the fact that there were many sandy beaches in the Naxos Bay and the straight-line distance of the sea. They quickly rowed their ships to land near the mountain pass and set up a net before the enemy. The exhausted mercenaries had no will to fight when they were surrounded by enemies in front and pursuers behind. Most of them laid down their weapons and surrendered. Most of the Syracuse soldiers followed the Allied forces and escaped west out of the town of Magero. They crossed the river and fled south. Macias rode his horse to the south bank of the Alcantara River early in the morning. He was prepared to gather the routed soldiers here before leading his army to the next step. However, he did not expect the Dionia to not give up even after their victory. They chased after the Syracuse soldiers relentlessly. The routed soldiers surged across the Alcantara River like a tidal wave. They did not heed Macias's cries at all. Instead, they separated him from a few hundred cavalrymen and ran south in a rout. The Legion of Dionysia soldiers were adept at chasing after the enemy after victory. They often ran long distance during training, and they made Syracuse suffer. The Dionysia soldiers were also exhausted after a fierce battle. The Dionysia soldiers would catch up to the routed soldiers who fell behind from time to time. Their screams were like whips that drove the Syracuse soldiers to run with all their might. After running for 5 or 6 miles, most of the Dionysia soldiers finally stopped and turned back to capture the enemies who were squatting by the roadside and had their hands raised in surrender. Only the light infantry were still chasing after them angrily. Hippogras still wanted to lead the army back to Seculi, but the militia under him had long been scattered by the defeated soldiers. He rushed to the front of Seculi and saw that the 4 gates were closed and the rebels were shooting arrows in the city. He did not dare to stay any longer, so he could only follow the Syracuse soldiers around Seculi and continue to flee south. The Dionian light infantry finally stopped in front of Seculi city. After they revealed their identity to the rebel army at the top of the city wall, they were happily welcomed into the city by the Seculi rebel army. Macias only managed to gather some of the routed soldiers on the way to Catanae. While he was painfully thinking about what he should do next, Catanae and the tyrants of Seculi found him and asked him to help recapture the city. Just then, he encountered a messenger from Syracuse who rushed over to find him. Only then did he know that there was also a riot in Syracuse, and they were anxiously waiting for him to lead his army back to rescue them. Macias was shocked and could not care about anything else. He anxiously led his subordinates to gather the routed soldiers and wanted to return to rescue them. When Dionysius led his army to attack the Dionia camp, a small speedboat sailed in from the port of Syrium. Faced with the blockade of the Dionysian fleet, it was not afraid at all. Instead, it played a game of cat and mouse with the Dionia warships. The nimble and small speedboat shuttled between the gaps of the many warships and finally broke into the port with ease. At this time, Dionysius, who had broken into the empty left camp but was blocked by the wooden walls and trenches outside the main Dionia camp, finally made the decision to retreat. However, this order was a little too late. Inside the main camp, the Devers had already arranged the 1st, 5th, and Legio 6, who had returned to form a circular encirclement formation behind the wooden walls. They deliberately allowed the Syracuse soldiers to break through the wooden walls and rush into the camp to engage in a face-to-face battle. After fighting for so long, the Syracuse soldiers and freedmen, who had lost most of their strength and lacked the protection of armor, were no match for the fully armed infantry of the Legion of Dionysia. In addition to the soldiers of the 4th and 7th Legions who were fighting on the remaining wooden walls, the Syracuse soldiers who attacked the main camp were quickly defeated and fled toward Cirium. If it was not for the threat of the army led by Dionysius, the Devers did not let the army pursue the Syracuse soldiers all the way to Cirium for the sake of safety. When Dionysius learned that the frontal attack on the camp was defeated, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly led his army back into the city. To vent his anger, he burned down the left camp of Dionia. Back in the city, before Dionysius had time to catch his breath, Leptinus came looking for him with a panicked expression. After listening to his younger brother's report, Dionysius was extremely shocked. He never thought that while the Devers surrounded Cirium and divided their forces to attack the Rockley alliance in Syracuse, they had also sent an army to land in Sicily. Although, according to Leptinus, there were only a few thousand troops that landed in Sicily, Dionysius was not as calm as Philistos. After another defeat at the hands of the Devers, he was full of vigilance towards the young consul of Dionia. He even highly suspected that the Devers were willing to negotiate with him not only to cover up the fact that he had divided his forces to attack Hyhernion and Medma, but also to delay him until the army landed in Sicily. This was probably the real killer move of the Devers. As the tyrant of Syracuse and the overlord of the Greek city-states in Sicily, Dionysius actually knew how the people of each city-state thought of him. Thinking of this made him anxious, but he tried his best to pretend that nothing had happened. He bade farewell to everyone and returned to his temporary residence. When Pharisas, who had reorganized his troops, came to Dionysius to report the losses of the battle, he saw a haggard general with full authority. Dionysius listened to Phasapesa's report absent-mindedly. He was indifferent to the huge number of Syracuse's army that had more than 2,000 dead and nearly 6,000 wounded. Instead, he said quickly, "Syracuse has just sent a messenger to tell me that more than 3,000 Ionia soldiers have landed in the Gulf of Naxos and have quietly taken over Megero." In order to reduce the impact and avoid causing too much panic, Dionysius deliberately reduced the number of Dionia troops that had landed. But it still shocked Phasapeses so much that he even forgot to address Dionysius respectfully. What? The Dionia actually attacked Sicily? When did this happen? Chapter 560. Although Phasapeses heaved a sigh of relief, he still felt uneasy. However, he did not show it. On the contrary, he recalled his loss of composure and quickly said, "The people of Dionia have underestimated the possibility of a sea expedition. Unless they can send tens of thousands of soldiers and provide sufficient rations, they will not be able to cause trouble for our homeland. However, with the strength of Dionia, it is impossible." "You're right," Dionysius agreed loudly, but then showed a hint of worry. "But," Philistos said in the letter that Gela, Camonlina, Agrigento, these city-states on the south coast of Sicily have rejected his request and are unwilling to provide soldiers and warships. He also complained that Rholes has repeatedly opposed him, affecting his management of the city-states. He is unable to provide reinforcements and fleets in time, so, Dionysius said in a low voice, "After much consideration, I have decided to personally return to Syracuse by ship and bring reinforcements to Greece as soon as possible." "Sir, you're leaving this place." Phasapeses' expression changed again. "What about the soldiers here?" "Apollo above, please bless me to bring reinforcements to save you within 10 days. Dionysius said solemnly, and within these 10 days, you will be in charge of this army. The people of Dionia are all focused on Medma and Rockley. They do not have enough soldiers and will not take the risk of heavy casualties to attack the Syracuse, which is defended by tens of thousands of soldiers. Furthermore, we have enough rations to last for such a long time. Phaseophysis, you are my most trusted general, and also the most trusted general of the soldiers. You are the only one who can shoulder this burden. Wait for me to bring reinforcements, then we can return to Syracuse smoothly. Sir, Phaseophysis, who was used to obeying Dionysius's orders, was under a lot of pressure and had many thoughts in his mind. However, he could not bring himself to say the word refusal. I will make the other generals obey your orders, including my brother. If anyone disobeys your orders before I return, you can punish them according to military law. Dionysius didn't allow him to say anything else and forcefully gave him the right to command the troops. Phaseophas reluctantly accepted the appointment and wished Dionysius a safe return to Syracuse. Following that, Dionysius found a few generals to talk to, requesting them to actively cooperate with Phaseophyses, control the troops, and defend the Sirius courtyard. In a secret conversation with the intelligence chief, Androstene, Dionysius gave him a secret letter, telling him to keep an eye on Phaseophyses and the other generals. Once Phaseophyses was found to be behaving strangely, he was to immediately contact Leptinus at the port, read the letter in front of the generals, and take Phaseophyses down. Finally, he called for Phoebus. I heard that Syracuse suffered heavy casualties this time. It seems that even without my intervention, you still couldn't defeat the Dionia. Phoebus mocked as soon as he entered the room. Now, he was really an idle man. Not only did he no longer have the opportunity to lead the troops, but Dionysius didn't even discuss with him about the attack on the Dionia camp. Phoebus had completely become a bystander, so he expressed his dissatisfaction without hesitation. Dionysius understood the Sparta's personality. Although he was a little displeased, he still said straightforwardly, "The Devers have sent a few thousand soldiers to Sicily and captured town. I have to rush back to Syracuse by boat immediately. I hope you can come with me." The Devers dare to split their troops to attack Syracuse at this time. Phoebus was just as shocked as Dionysius before, but it quickly turned into an expression of admiration. "He's too brave." After exclaiming, Phoebus glanced at Dionysius. "Are you abandoning your soldiers and escaping Greece alone?" Dionysius didn't answer him directly. Instead, he said worriedly, "I'm afraid the Devers won't just send a few thousand soldiers to attack Sicily. That will only be a suicide mission. I'm afraid that Syracuse and its allies will be unstable. I need your support." As a tyrant who could see power as the sword of Damocles, he had political instincts. He hoped to prepare for a rainy day. Phoebus's expression turned serious. He understood that the your support Dionysius mentioned was actually Sparta support. A few years ago, when Carthage's troops arrived at the city, the people of Syracuse had threatened Dionysius to step down. Phoebus had once used his identity as the envoy of Sparta to make the people of Syracuse concede, allowing Dionysius to regain his power. Could it be that Syracuse is rebelling again? Phoebus looked at Dionysius. Then he thought, Syracuse's navy suffered a crushing defeat, Crotone's battle, and the attack on Dionia's main camp failed. Dionysius's defeat was much more severe than the last time. The people of Syracuse were very likely to express their anger towards Dionysius. Although Phoebus was gloating, he knew that once Dionysius was overthrown, not only would Sparta's efforts to support Syracuse all these years be in vain, but the rebellion in Syracuse would inevitably lead to a significant weakening of its power, thus creating a vacuum in Sicily's hegemony. Whether it was Dionia or Carthage's expansion, Sparta did not want to see it, so Sparta could only support Dionysius. Phoebus glanced at Dionysius with dissatisfaction. This cunning guy must have seen through this. That's why he made such an unscrupulous request. Thinking of this, Phoebus did not want to waste time. He asked directly, "Is it safe to go back by ship?" The port is blocked by Dionia's warships. Philistos sent the best helmsmen and sailors in my caravan. They easily drove the ship into the port before, replied Dionysius. When do we leave? Tonight. Not long after the last siege tower collapsed in front of Medmar's walls, the Dionia blew the horn to retreat. Looking at the enemies retreating like the tide, the Medmarans cheered for their survival after fighting hard for most of the day. Helos, who was commanding the battle from afar, was not too depressed. He said to his subordinates seriously, "Go back and tell the engineers that the siege tower's wheels are too inflexible. It's very difficult to move them, and the tower itself is not very sturdy. I hope they can improve it as soon as possible." "Yes, General. Also, our soldiers are not familiar with these new siege weapons, and their coordination with them is a little rusty. I hope we can strengthen their training in this area." Hieronymus also gave his opinion. "You're right. Let's do that." Helos listened to his opinion carefully, then said expectantly, "I hope that after the improvement, the Medmarans will not be able to laugh the next time we attack the city." After the attack and defense of the Cyrodian camp, although Dionia had achieved a great victory, they had also lost more than 500 people, and 2,700 people were injured. Thus, after Divers finished assigning tasks to the various army commanders, he and the soldiers cremated the dead, and then went to comfort the injured. He busied himself until evening, and when he returned to the big tent, he saw Talmud standing in front of the big tent. "Is there any urgent news?" asked the Devers hurriedly. Just as Tormid was about to speak, a strong gust of wind from the south suddenly blew, and instantly, flying ash filled the air and poured into their mouths and noses. The few of them hurriedly scurried into the main tent. "Tui, Tui." Hinepolis spat out the ash in his mouth as he patted his body, then scolded, "Damn Syracuse, they can't beat us, so they only know how to vent their anger by burning our camp." The left camp, which was only separated by the moat and the antlers, was burned to ashes. Even now, black smoke could be seen rising from some places. The strong gust of wind just now had swept up a lot of dust, and the main camp was also affected. This was the reason why Hinepolis was complaining. Using an empty camp in exchange for tens of thousands of casualties in Syracuse. "I think we've made a profit," said Tormid with a smile. "It's a pity that the soldiers will have to squeeze together to sleep tonight," said Hinepolis with a smile. "The right camp has enough empty space, but we're lacking tents." "We won't be lacking tents. Don't forget that we've also occupied the main camp of Syracuse in Crotone. We've seized enough tents. We just need to transport them here tomorrow." While the two of them were chatting, Devers had already cleaned up the dust on his body and asked again, "Tormid, what happened?" Middleade sent someone to report that a clipper ship from the south broke into the Silatina port in the afternoon. "So many warships couldn't stop a clipper ship?" Hinepolis said with dissatisfaction. Devers and Tormid did not reply. Devers was very clear. Clipper ships were small and agile. If there was wind, experienced helmsmen and sailors could completely play with the three-decker warship. So in the fleet, clipper ships were usually used as scouts and messengers. Hinepolis did not understand the Navy, but Devers did not explain it to him. Instead, he hoped that after Hinepolis's words spread out, it would be able to knock some sense into the Navy officers and soldiers who were complacent because of their recent victories. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Why do you think this clipper ship broke into the Silatina port?" "It must be to tell Dionysius that our first legion has landed in Sicily," Hinepolis answered first. Chapter 561. What do you think Dionysius will do when he learns of this? Devers asked again. Hearing this, both of them fell into deep thought. After a while, Hinepolis guessed with uncertainty, "Syracuse has been trapped here. The reason they attacked our camp today was to break the siege, but they failed. Now that Dionysius knows that our allies in Sicily are also being attacked. If I were him, I'd definitely choose to negotiate for peace. It's a real peace negotiation. I think he'd be willing to pay any price to save Syracuse. Dionysius might also escape, Your Majesty." Tormid had just said this when Hinepolis immediately retorted, "Escape? How? We've surrounded Syracuse, and our fleet has sealed off the port. Whether it's on land or sea, Syracuse can't leave. These tens of thousands of people can't escape, but Dionysius can escape by himself on a ship. You're saying that Dionysius will abandon these tens of thousands of Syracuse's soldiers to fight for his life and run away by himself. Hennepolis found it hard to believe. He was still young, hot-blooded, and full of justice. He could not imagine such a cowardly act. However, as a mercenary, Tormid had seen too many ugly things. "We'll find out tomorrow what Dionysius will do," Devers said calmly. Then he gave an order. "Tormid, go find Middleades immediately. Ask him to send 30 triple-ore warships to Liger within 2 days and hand them over to Syracuse." The 30 triple-ore warships were requested by Syracuse when he sent a clipper to report on the situation in Sicily. Because they were going to attack Sicily, he was worried that his fleet would not be strong enough to completely suppress the fleet of Syracuse and its allies. In fact, after several naval battles, Dionia had captured a large number of triple-ore warships with the help of the Raven warship. There were Syracuse and Tarentum, and they were fully docked in the military port at Crotty River. However, they did not have enough sailors, but Liger, whose territory had not been damaged, had enough sailors to ensure the normal use of the 30 warships. "Yes, Your Majesty. Also, tell Middleades to strengthen the blockade on the port tonight." Obviously, Devers had heard Tormid's words. After sending Tormid away, Hennepolis was still confused. "Your Majesty, will Dionysius really abandon the troops here and escape back to Syracuse alone?" Devers thought about it and said slowly, "It's possible. Some people live for everyone, and some live only for themselves. Judging from Dionysius's past performance, he cares more about his own power. If Dionysius really escapes back, will the First Legion be in danger?" Hennepolis asked worriedly. "Aristras sent his younger brother to the southeast of Sicily half a year ago. They are originally from Catani. As far as I know, Catani, Leontini, Sicily, Tanis, and even Syracuse now have a large number of helpers that they have developed. Dionysius withdrew his army and attacked Greece, which provided them with an opportunity. Now, with the help of the First Legion, Sicily will definitely be in turmoil. Even if Dionysius escapes back, he will not be able to command his allies as he did before the war." Devers said it casually. Although he was well aware of some of Antroporus's deployments in Sicily, the two places were still a little far apart. The news that came often had to be delayed by 2 days. The development of things was difficult for him to control. Therefore, when he sent the First Legion, he had already prepared for the worst. The First Legion would cause some trouble in Sicily and then be completely annihilated. However, as long as it could shake the city-states in Sicily, trigger the resistance of the Greek people in Sicily against Syracuse, and destroy the war potential of Syracuse, this sacrifice was worth it. Devers could only bury this superior mentality of treating the First Legion as an abandoned pawn in his heart. He could not say it out loud. Seeing that Hennepolis was deep in thought, Devers walked to the desk full of letters and documents. Not only did he have to command the battle and deal with military affairs, but he also had to deal with the government affairs in the territory of Dionia. Every day, there would be unresolved issues in the Senate. Letters of important government affairs would be written by Cunigurata and Cornelis. They would be sent to the main camp by messengers on horseback for him to make decisions and reply before they would be sent back to Turiae. Therefore, messengers in special attire could frequently be seen galloping back and forth on the main road every day. Devers saw an unopened letter in the middle of the desk and asked in confusion, "When was this letter sent?" "Oh." Hennepolis then remembered. "It was sent at noon. It said it was a very important matter, but you were commanding the battle at that time, so I wanted to wait for a while. In the end, I forgot." Devers looked at Hennepolis, who was bowing his head in apology, feeling annoyed and amused at the same time. He pretended to be strict and said, "You are not qualified as a clerk. You cannot make such a mistake next time." "Your Majesty, I will not make it again." Hennepolis nodded repeatedly. Devers unrolled the roll of paper. Under the flickering oil lamp, his expression became solemn. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Hennepolis asked hurriedly. Devers tapped the desk with his left hand and muttered, "The Masapi and Puchetti people have invaded Tarantum." "Ah, they tore up the truce agreement," Hinepolis exclaimed. "If the agreement is not supported by power, it is just a piece of waste paper," Devers said disapprovingly and coldly. "Tarantum tore up the alliance because we were invaded by the Syracuse army. Now, the Masapi and Puchetti people will be greedy because the main forces of Tarantum have been captured by us. This is the retribution of the goddess of vengeance. But Tarantum is not our Dionia. Can they stop the attack of the Masapi and Puchetti coalition forces?" Hinepolis asked. Although his request to merge Laos into Dionia had not been submitted to the Senate, he had already regarded himself as a citizen of Dionia in his heart. Therefore, he was not worried about Tarantum, but about the impact of Tarantum on the Dionia alliance after Tarantum was captured. Of course they can't stop it. This time, the Masapi coalition forces have 30,000 people. I'm afraid Tarantum doesn't even have 3,000 militia of the right age. Devers tapped the letter with his finger, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Therefore, the Senate of Tarantum urgently sent an emissary, Polytorus, to Turii, hoping that we can release the more than 10,000 Tarantum captives. For this, Tarantum is willing to join our Dionia alliance. After listening to the Devers' words, Hinepolis' eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. Unlike Heraclea and Metapontum, this was Tarantum. In Greece, the strength of the traditional strong state was no weaker than Crotone. Although there were some alliances in the Dionia alliance with a long history, there was no real major city like Locri or Crotone that joined it. Although Lygium joined the Dionia alliance because Dionia was not very strong at the time, it was more like an equal alliance with Dionia rather than a subsidiary. If Tarantum joined the alliance, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the status of the Dionia alliance among the Greek city-states. Henri, how do you think we should respond to this request from Tarantum? The Devers' question brought Hinepolis back to his senses. He immediately said excitedly, "Agree to it." "Of course, agree to Tarantum." "Oh." The Devers sat on the wooden chair and looked at the excited Hinepolis. He said playfully, "Are we going to forgive Tarantum so easily? Forgive it for colluding with Syracuse, betraying our sacred covenant, wantonly attacking our allies, trampling on our territory, and killing our citizens. I'm afraid our people would rather see Tarantum being conquered by the Masapi and Puchetti to eliminate the hatred in their hearts. But if we agree to Tarantum's request, our strength will be enhanced." Hinepolis retorted, unconvinced. "It's just a subsidiary. It can neither increase taxes for the alliance nor send its main force to participate in the war wholeheartedly. When we are in trouble, not only can it not provide too much help, but it may also withdraw from the alliance at any time. On the contrary, when it is in a disaster, we have to save it according to the covenant. Just like Heraclea and Metapontum in this war, Heraclea and Metapontum are good examples." The Devers said disapprovingly. It was apparent that he was not confused by Tarantum's seemingly beneficial suggestion. After listening to the Devers' words, the excited Hinepolis gradually calmed down. He thought for a moment and asked, "Your Majesty, are you going to reject Tarantum's request? Let Tarantum be conquered by the natives?" "No. If Tarantum is conquered by the Masapi coalition, Metapontum and Heraclea will be in danger. Besides, Turii's defenses are weak now. I don't want to see the land of Amendola invaded by the enemy again." The Devers sighed helplessly and said with a complicated expression, "It's just that Tarantum's request didn't meet my expectations." Chapter 562. Yes, the arrogant people of Tarantum. The Devers recalled the inexplicable sense of superiority held by the Tarantum people when they led the army to aid Tarantum. Whether it was the elders or the ordinary citizens, they also recalled that in the history of their previous life, it was this Tarantum that became weaker later on that took the lead in resisting Rome's invasion and invited Petrus to lead the army into Italy, which led to the Elephant War. 100 years later, Tarantum, which had already surrendered to Rome, rebelled again and became Hannibal's supporter and Carthage's logistical base in southern Italy. Tarentum's contribution to Hannibal's war against Rome in Italy for 13 years could not go unnoticed. It could be seen that the genes of rebellion flowed in the blood of the people of Tarentum. It would be more justifiable to stand by and let the allied forces of Mecca and Prussia completely destroy it, and then take it back later. The Devers' face was clouded with uncertainty. Hennepolis saw the new king of Dionia frowning as he paced back and forth in the big tent, lowering his head in contemplation. Therefore, he did not make a sound for fear of interrupting the Devers' thoughts. Instead, he stood aside and waited quietly. After a while, he heard the Devers say, "Henny, it's difficult to integrate Tarentum into Dionia in its entirety, but how about integrating part of it?" "Part of it? Your Majesty, do you want Tarentum to cede part of its territory to Dionia?" Hennepolis was not surprised by the decision made by the Devers. It was not a bad idea to gradually annex a large state by nibbling away at it. "It's not like that." The Devers shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I want Tarentum to become a free city in the Dionia alliance." Free city. The new term puzzled Hennepolis. The free city is to make Tarentum a part of Dionia, but it doesn't have to pay taxes to the treasury, and the Senate doesn't interfere. It manages the city-state according to the original laws, but it doesn't have the right to independent diplomacy, and it doesn't have the right to form an army. When the League encounters difficulties and needs its help, it must also contribute its strength. When Devers spoke of this new idea, he was also sorting out his own thoughts, so he spoke slowly and clearly. Hennepolis's eyes lit up. He applauded the Devers' novel political idea, but he had to remind him, "Your Majesty, although a free city is only a few steps forward from becoming an affiliated city-state, I'm afraid the people of Tarentum will not agree. The Messapi and Pacetti will force them to agree. Of course, I hope the people of Tarentum have the courage to refuse. That way, we can build a new city on the ruins of Tarentum in the near future." Devers ridiculed with a hint of coldness in his words. Since the destruction of Mosha, an important town of Carthage at the southwestern tip of Sicily, 5 years ago, the Carthaginian commander Hamilco had built a new city, Lilibo, near it. After a few years of development, the new city had gradually flourished. Since Margot became the governor of Sicily and made Lily Bay the center of the entire Sicilian jurisdiction, its development was even more rapid. Gold and silver coins, weapons and armor, grain, war horse, slaves. Every day, countless merchant ships loaded with all kinds of military supplies sailed into the port of Lily Bay and were then sent to various barracks through Lily Bay. The development of the port gave rise to the demand for labor. Phoenicians, Namibians, and Mauritanians swarmed into Lily Bay in large numbers, causing the residential area of Lily Bay to continue to expand outward. In less than a year, Lily Bay had become the largest city controlled by Carthage and Sicily. On this morning, Margot received Idruba, the envoy from the Senate of Carthage, in his governor's mansion. Margot's attitude toward this senator was quite friendly. Idruba did not belong to either the Magonid faction or the Hanno faction. He was an important figure among the minority of neutral senators in the Senate. Because he did not belong to the former two, he sometimes dared to propose some bills that harmed the interests of the two factions but were beneficial to the people. Although they often failed to pass, it made him more popular among the people. So he was later elected as an important member of the 100 Court, so Margot did not dare to look down on him. After the two exchanged friendly greetings for a while, Idruba came to the point. "Lord Margot, a month ago, you applied to the Senate to ask for Lily Bay to obtain the right to mint coins. After a long debate, the Senate finally made a decision." Idruba saw the slightly nervous look on Margot's face and could not help but secretly shook his head in his heart. He slowly said, "The Senate rejected your proposal." As soon as the Senate made the decision, they sent Idruba as an envoy to Lily Bay immediately, so Margot did not have time to receive the message from Carthage's confidant. He was shocked and immediately asked loudly, "Why?" "The right to mint coins can only be enjoyed by the city of Carthage. This is to ensure Carthage's leading position among the other Phoenician allies, which is beneficial to our trade in Carthage. I think as the current patriarch of the Maganid family, who was once the main builder of Carthage, you should understand this truth. Idiaruba's calm tone was accompanied by a warning. I only proposed the temporary right to mint coins, Margot argued. Since the Senate appointed me to be in charge of the military defense of Sicily and to ensure the security of the north of Carthage, I have to be responsible for it seriously. But the current situation is that every time Carthage sends over military funds, it's either delayed or insufficient. Sometimes, the ships transporting the gold coins would be sunk in a storm. Do you know how much trouble these problems have caused to my military defense plan? The soldiers are very resentful. A few days ago, the mercenaries stationed in Segesta caused an uproar because of the delayed payment of salaries. I spent a lot of effort to appease them. The more Margot spoke, the angrier he became. I now suspect that the elders led by Hanno are making things difficult for me. But if they don't care about the interests of Carthage and continue to act recklessly, the mercenaries in Sicily will be in danger. Then, the Sicilian defense system that I have worked so hard to build will be destroyed, and the rioting mercenaries may pose a danger to the city of Carthage. Master Idiaruba, you have always been fair. This time, I hope that you can reconsider my proposal from the real interests of Carthage. Margot's accusation and implied threat to Hanno were too straightforward. Idiaruba frowned. He felt that compared to the former patriarch of the Maganid clan, Himilco, Margot may have some talent in military affairs, but he was still immature in politics. No wonder he could not beat Hanno, who was very shrewd. Although Idiaruba was a neutral in the Senate and attacked the two factions from time to time in meetings, he was able to do well in the Senate. Naturally, he did not lack flexible political skills. At this moment, he focused his mind and gently persuaded, Master Margot, you don't have to be so anxious. Although the Senate did not approve your proposal, the problems you mentioned have attracted the attention of the senators. For this reason, the Senate has sent someone to be responsible for the casting and transportation of the Sicilian military funds, and another person to supervise. I believe these problems will not appear again soon. Of course, these problems you mentioned are not caused by someone deliberately targeting you. I think all the senators in the Senate will be vigilant and worried about the recruitment of mercenaries, so they strictly review the amount of military funds and the amount of pay. They cut some unnecessary funds, resulting in a reduction in the amount and a delay in the delivery time. I think you should also understand that this is all out of the public interest of protecting the interests of Carthage. Margot snorted and did not continue to dwell on this issue. He looked indignant on the surface, but he was a little guilty in his heart because he had diverted a small part of the military funds to the family's development in Iberia. Therefore, he felt that Idiaruba's words were probably a warning to him. It seemed that the Senate was aware of this. Fortunately, the purpose of his proposal had been achieved. He did not have much hope for the temporary coinage. He just used this to threaten Hanno not to withhold military funds. In addition, your proposal the day before yesterday, while Syracuse and Ionia are at war, Carthage should send troops to attack eastern Sicily and restore Carthage's former sphere of influence, was also not passed by the Senate. Idiaruba continued. Margot was not surprised. After all, he knew the character of those in the Senate. He squinted at Idiaruba and asked coldly, rejected all of them? No other opinions? Most of the senators agreed that Carthage should not intervene in this war at this time. Instead, they should remain neutral and avoid letting the Greeks unite against us again. Chapter 563. Idiaruba looked at Margot's excited expression, but his heart was not moved at all. The hegemony of the Carthage in Sicily? I think it's the hegemony of the Maganid family in Sicily. In fact, the Carthage people inherited the racial characteristics of the Phoenicians. They preferred business and trade rather than military invasion. For hundreds of years, the colonization and trade of the Carthage people in Sicily had been peaceful with the Greeks, except for a few conflicts. Until more than 80 years ago, Dylan, the tyrant of Syracuse, attacked Simera, forcing the tyrant of Simera, Tyrilius, to ask for help from the patriarch of the Maganid family in Carthage and his close friend, Hamilcar. Hamilcar happened to be angry that his mother's family had been treated unfairly in Syracuse. Hamilcar's mother was from Syracuse. Without the unanimous consent of the Senate, he organized an expedition to Sicily out of his own pocket. In the end, they were defeated by Dylan and Cimera, and Hamilcar died in the battle. Therefore, the Maginid family took it as their mission to defeat Syracuse. They also dragged the people of Carthage into the water. Since then, the people of Carthage and Syracuse have been fighting for decades. Now that the Maginid family had lost their absolute rule in Carthage, they still wanted to encourage the people to participate in the endless war in Sicily. Audiobook, who knew some inside information, scoffed at this. He coughed a few times and said coldly, "People are needed to fight a war. The two wars against Syracuse launched by your brother, and you have caused Carthage to lose too many people. I'm afraid they are unwilling and unable to join a new war." Audiobook's words directly hit Margot's sore spot, making him blush slightly. He said angrily, "I don't need the people to participate in the war. As long as there are enough mercenaries, I can lead the army to attack the city of Syracuse." Audiobook laughed and said, "Lord Margot, it's easy for you to say. Enough mercenaries, but they still needed enough gold and silver to pay their salaries. Right now, your mercenaries have already strained Carthage's treasury. If you want to recruit more soldiers, not only will the Senate not agree, the people will also oppose it because it means a tax. Besides, too many mercenaries will also cause people to worry. Lord Margot, you just said, if we can't pay them enough on time, those mercenaries may riot." Margot was speechless for a moment. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I don't increase the number of troops, I can definitely take back the city and land that I lost with the current army in Sicily. Lord Audiobook, please tell the Senate to reconsider this matter." Audiobook flatly refused. "Lord Margot, don't you know Carthage's current situation? Carthage needs to restore prosperity, and the people want to live a stable life. No one is willing to sacrifice their lives for those lands and inexplicable reasons that have nothing to do with them. We have finally reached peace with Syracuse. Now you want us to tear up the peace agreement with them and restart the war. This will not only anger the people of Syracuse, but may also arouse the dissatisfaction of the people of Dionia who have just established some contact with us. Carthage will not make such a reckless decision." Margot was irritated by his words. "Audiobook, I used to think that you were a little stubborn and had your own independent opinions and views in the Senate. Now it seems that you're no different from those guys who rely on Hanno. Do you know what the people call them?" In the face of Margot's offense, Audiobook suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "My opinion has always been based on the interests of Carthage. I will not consider who is in favor of it and who is against it. But Lord Margot, is this decision you made really for Carthage? I want to remind you that the Senate, in view of this sensitive period, will send a senator to serve as the supervisor of Sicily in case the mercenaries do not listen to the command and cause some accidents." The meeting this time, the two parted on bad terms. When Audiobook left the governor's residence, he could still hear Margot's roar inside. He finally made up his mind and agreed to Hanno's private proposal to send an envoy to reach an agreement with Dionia as soon as possible. On the way to the port, he constantly met mercenaries with different accents and different clothes. This made him frown. There was no need for the Sicilian military defense zone to exist at all. If peace and interest could be obtained through negotiation, why would there be a need to go through war? At night, the port of Syracuse was silent. Only the gentle sound of the waves gently hitting the dock could be heard. A full moon hung in the sky, dispersing the darkness with its gentle silvery light. It also brought some safety to the voyage at night. Dionysius, Phoebidas, and the others quietly came to the dock. Leptinius had already prepared a ship for them. Dionysius patted Phasapeses' shoulder in a rare intimate manner and said solemnly, "Phasapeses, there is no need to send us off anymore, in case the soldiers notice anything unusual. During this period, I will leave the troops here to you. I will bring reinforcements as soon as possible." The heavy responsibility that Dionysius gave to Phasapeses made him feel a lot of pressure. After only half a day, there were a few more wrinkles on his forehead. But at this time, he could no longer complain about his depression and could only send his blessing. My lord, may Apollo bless you with a smooth return to Syracuse. Don't forget to hide the news of my departure from the soldiers for the time being to avoid chaos in the troops. Dionysius reminded again. Phasapeses nodded to show that he understood. Seeing that Phasapeses turned to leave, Dionysius quickly retracted his gaze and said to Leptinius, who was beside him, "How is Dionysius' blockade of the port now?" According to the report from the sentries at the lighthouse, there are only 3 or 4 Dionia clippers outside the port. They cannot possibly seal off such a wide sea at night. With Lachesis' skills, he can easily break through their blockade. After listening to Leptinius' confident words, Dionysius relaxed a little. He looked at this brother of his. Usually, his mediocrity and incompetence made him angry and helpless, but his loyalty and meticulous execution of orders made him feel at ease. That was why he had sent his other brothers to other cities as overlords, and only left this one by his side. Now, looking at this simple and honest brother of his, there was no longer any resentment in his heart, only affection. He said in a low voice, "Pay close attention to the movements in the city. If anything goes wrong, immediately lead the fleet out of the port and return to Syracuse." "Ah!" exclaimed Leptinus, almost in his astonishment. Dionysius glared at him fiercely and squeezed his hand hard. He said in a low voice again, "Remember." Leptines nodded warily. "Yes, sir. Yes." Dionysius ignored him. With the help of his guards, he jumped onto the swaying clipper. "Are you done?" Phoebidas was already on the boat and asked meaningfully. Dionysius nodded. "Will you come back?" Phoebidas's questions were always straightforward. Dionysius's expression changed slightly. He ignored Phoebidas and said to Lachesis at the stern, "Set sail." Lachesis immediately ordered the sailors to untie the ropes and raise the sails. Although the wind was blowing from the east instead of the south, it was not a problem for the experienced Lachesis. He skillfully maneuvered the rudder, and the clipper sailed out of the port like an arrow. Dionysius could not help but look back, and saw Leptinius still waving at him from the dock. Dionysius's expression darkened. Of course, he wanted to lead the reinforcements back to Syracuse, defeat Dionia, and win back his and Syracuse's reputation. But judging from the various signs, the difficulties he would face after returning to Syracuse would not be limited to a Dionic army of a few thousand. The most important thing was to ensure that his authority in Syracuse would be stable amidst all the difficulties he might encounter. Without power, he and his family would die a horrible death. Dionysius was very clear about this. In order to achieve this goal, he could give up everything else. Syracuse's allied forces surrounded the First Legion of Dionia and the refugees. It looked like they were about to defeat the landing force in one fell swoop, but the continuous news of riots in the allied forces threw Syracuse's allied forces into chaos. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. The First Legion of Dionia took the opportunity to counterattack, causing the retreat of Syracuse's allied forces to turn into a rout. Macias led the cavalry south for more than 20 miles, and only stopped when they entered the vast Catania plains. They began to send out cavalry to gather the scattered soldiers, and only gathered more than 4,000 soldiers by dusk. At this time, a scout reported, the city of Catania had sent troops to attack and capture the scattered soldiers. For safety, Macias had to lead the scattered soldiers to the west. They passed by a few villages. In fact, these villages originally belonged to the Catani mercenaries, but the slaves attacked their former owners and then followed the successful rioting team into the city of Catani. They also took away the food stored in the villages. Apart from seeing a ground full of corpses, the scattered soldiers did not find much food to eat. Although the Catani mercenaries were furious, they could not even protect themselves at the moment, and could only cry in silence. The dispirited soldiers endured hunger and exhaustion, and staggered forward in the night. Finally, at the southwest edge of the Katanai territory, they found a village that was not affected by the rioting. Chapter 564. Messias could not care less. He led the soldiers to forcibly occupy the village and ordered the villagers to prepare food. The exhausted soldiers barely filled their stomachs and fell into a deep sleep. Only Messias tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The news of the riots in Syracuse made him very worried about the situation of the former mercenary villages outside Syracuse. After all, the tragic state of the Katanai mercenary village made him secretly vigilant. He hoped that the hundreds of mercenaries who stayed behind in the village could protect their homes. By the time he led the army back to Syracuse tomorrow, the riots would have been over for more than a day. Many things could have happened in this period of time. If the rioters really took over the city, then the mercenaries who had a close relationship with Dionysius would probably be expelled and become homeless. Hopefully, Sir Philistos could quell the riots. Even if he could not, he had to control and hold on to part of the city and wait for his reinforcements. After worrying about Syracuse, he was worried about how he would lead the army back to Syracuse safely. When he went to Magero, he led the army along the flat coast to the north, passing through Taunus, then took a detour to Leontini to recruit troops, then passed through Katanai, and finally arrived at Syracuse. It could be said that it was because he had drawn away the defensive forces of these cities along the way that the rebels had the opportunity to attack, leading to the large-scale riots. But now is not the time to regret this. Judging from the situation today, Katanai was probably completely occupied by the rioters. Otherwise, why would they have the strength to send troops out of the city to attack them? Even if Syracuse was not completely occupied, the people of Dionia were so close to it. It was only a matter of time before it fell. Half of the Leontini population had been forcibly moved away by Dionysius, and the people left behind were probably already resentful toward Syracuse. Under such a trend, there was no need for the freedmen and slaves to rebel. The citizens would automatically rise up and overthrow the tyrant supported by Sir Dionysius. Therefore, Messias was not optimistic that the pro-Syracuse Leontini people would be able to resist this riot. However, Messias had some confidence in Taunus, because Taunus had always been a subsidiary of Syracuse and had never betrayed them. Even if it was dissatisfied with the tyrant it supported, it would not rashly attack the army of Syracuse. Moreover, Syracuse's fleet that had retreated from the Naxos Bay was still anchored in the port of Taunus. With their help, even if there was a riot in Taunus, the chances of success would not be too high. Therefore, Messias finally made a decision. After they set off tomorrow, the team would go around Katanai and avoid the possible attack of the Leontini people. Then they would walk along the coast, pass through Taunus, and finally arrive at Syracuse. This was a long journey of hundreds of miles, full of unknown risks, but in order to get back to Syracuse as soon as possible, he could only take this risk. Otherwise, for safety's sake, he could completely avoid the coast and take a detour to the almost uninhabited mountains on the west side of Leontini. Although the mountains were not too high, the road was rugged and difficult to traverse, which would undoubtedly slow down the journey. Moreover, food was also a big problem. Messias thought a lot, and finally could not resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. The next day, when the sun was high up in the sky, he was still sleeping soundly when he was woken up by the guards. Only then did he know that something big had happened while he was asleep. When he woke up in the morning, the soldiers found that they had lost dozens of horses, and more than half of the villagers were gone. Of course, the soldiers suspected that the villagers were the culprit. Furious, they immediately arrested the villagers who had not escaped and interrogated them. In the process, the former mercenaries, who had recovered their energy, reverted to their old ways. They robbed, raped, killed. In the process of following Dionysius to conquer Sicily, some of the most common evil deeds that they had done in this village had reappeared. This aroused the dissatisfaction and anger of a small number of Katanai mercenaries, because this was a village that was under their jurisdiction. A conflict broke out between the two sides, and finally, the angry Katanai mercenaries left the team, and the entire army was reduced to 3,000 people. Faced with such a tricky situation, Messias could do nothing about it. He even thought that without the Catanians dragging them down, their march would be faster and their food consumption would be reduced, not to mention the other annoying problems they had to worry about. Although they were all compatriots from Campania, and before today, they had been comrades who had fought side by side with a deep friendship. Now that a disaster had befallen them, they could only look after each other. Macias ordered the soldiers to loot all the food in the village, and then immediately set off. Under Macias's supervision, this team of more than 3,000 people, who were almost all former mercenaries of Syracuse, set off in a hurry with the hope of returning to Syracuse as soon as possible to protect their homeland. As they marched towards the southeast, they occasionally encountered groups of defeated soldiers, and Macias took the opportunity to take them into his team. At the same time, this team was also spied on by many cavalry squads. While Macias sent out his cavalry to drive them away, he urged the soldiers to increase their marching speed. His premonition was right. Soon, a team of 700 to 800 people came from the northeast. They were not wearing armor, and they were armed with bows and javelins. They moved quickly and launched long-range attacks on Macias's team. Macias was almost certain that the enemy was from Catani, and he quickly ordered the soldiers to attack. However, when the Syracuse soldiers spread out their formation and began to attack, the light infantry from Catani retreated. However, when the Syracuse soldiers returned to their column formation and continued to march, they reappeared. After repeating this a few times, Macias understood that the Catani rebels only wanted to attack him, and they did not really want to engage in a direct battle. However, it was impossible for Macias to ignore them. Otherwise, the javelins and arrows would continue to take the lives of the soldiers and destroy their already low morale. Therefore, he arranged the remaining 50 cavalrymen and 500 light infantrymen to stay at the back of the formation so that they could defend against the enemy's attacks. However, he did not allow the soldiers to pursue too much, because it would not only exhaust their stamina, but they would also be separated from the main force, and it would be easy for them to be ambushed. Now, the entire army only had one goal: to go home. The Syracuse army only walked out of the Catani plains in the afternoon. The terrain in front of them began to narrow. The sea was to the east, and the mountains to the west. In the middle was a flat corridor by the sea that was less than 5 miles wide. Macias was originally worried about the appearance of Leontini's rebels, but fortunately, they did not. Perhaps because the narrow terrain limited the mobility of the Catani rebels, they did not continue to harass the rear of the army. This allowed the Syracuse soldiers to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Syracuse army quickened their pace because the city of Taunus was just 10 miles away. When the city of Taunus came into view, the defeated Syracuse soldiers who thought that they had escaped from the disaster were shocked to see that not far from the north of Taunus, there was a neat phalanx of 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers in front of them, blocking the corridor by the sea. Most of the soldiers were wearing black armor, and the excitement that they had just felt a moment ago suddenly fell to the bottom. It's the Dionia. It's the Dionia Legion. How did they get ahead of us? The bitter battle yesterday ended with the retreat of the Syracuse army. While the first legion of Dionia was in pursuit, Antonios finally saw the messenger sent by Antiporus. After receiving the news that Catani had been captured and Syracuse's rebellion was a success, Antonios finally breathed a sigh of relief. The First Legion had paid a price and finally gained a foothold in Sicily. But even though he was happy, he could not relax, because Antiporus hoped that the First Legion could intercept the Syracuse army to prevent them from returning to Syracuse and bringing great uncertainty to Syracuse's rebellion. To be honest, Antonios really didn't want to listen to this secret chief suggestion. Although the First Corps had won this battle in the end, nearly 1,000 people had died or been injured. Quite a few high-ranking officers had sacrificed their lives, and even his close comrade Cespeter had fallen unconscious. The First Corps had 8,000 people before the outbreak of the war, not including the auxiliary troops, but now only 4,000 people remained. Their numbers had been reduced by more than half, and they had paid a huge sacrifice. Logically speaking, it was time for them to rest and reorganize, but the current environment didn't allow it. Moreover, the danger hadn't completely passed. Antonios certainly did not want the First Legion's expedition to fail because of the defeated army's escape back to Syracuse. The habit of the Legion of Dionysia of pursuing the enemy after a victory forced him to reluctantly agree to Antiporus' suggestion to join forces with Cadani and completely annihilate the Syracuse army on their way back. After sending off the messenger, Antonios pondered for a while and then rushed to the port. The sailors of the Dionysian fleet were sending the families of the exiles off the warships. Antonios soon met Flarios, who had replaced Thurian as the commander of the fleet. After some discussion, Flarios agreed that the fleet would not return to Ligium, but would spend the night in Megero so that they could participate in the military operation earlier the next day. There was no military port in Megero port, and there was no dry dock to dock the warships. This meant that the warships of the Dionysian fleet could only be pushed onto the beach, which was a great risk. One of the main reasons why the Athens fleet was completely annihilated by Lysander in the Battle of Sheep River was that the warships of the Athens fleet were all parked on the beach and had no time to go into the sea when they were ambushed. Chapter 565. In the town of Megero, the soldiers of the First Legion returned one after another with the captives. Tens of thousands of families of the exiles also rushed back to the town from the port to reunite with their loved ones after the fierce battle. Many of them cried when they learned that their loved ones had died in battle. The sounds of fighting in Megero town had just subsided, but on the battlefield full of rubble and corpses, scenes of tragedy and comedy continued to play out. This night was destined to not be peaceful in Megero, but fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Early the next morning, Laodigian, one of the leaders of the Naxos exiles, followed Antonio's orders and led 500 soldiers to the mountain city in the north. They escorted some of the captives of Tauromenion to the almost deserted city in order to urge it to surrender. Otherwise, they would kill the mercenaries. The other leader of the Catarnian exiles, Lysi Paratus, led 1,000 soldiers to Seculi to assist the rebel Seculi in capturing the citadel. Antonius led 3,500 soldiers of the First Legion and 1,000 refugees to board the warships of the Daunian fleet. The rest of the soldiers and civilians stayed in the town to take care of the wounded and to clean up the ruined town. The Dionysian fleet sailed straight south and did not encounter the Syracuse fleet on the way. Naturally, they arrived at Tanis much earlier than the defeated Syracuse army, led by Macias. At this time, the situation in Tanis was relatively complicated. The Democrats who wanted to overthrow the dictatorship and the dictators who supported the tyrant and were close to Syracuse were evenly matched. Both sides occupied half of the city and fought endlessly. After losing the naval battle at Naxos, Palinnisus led his fleet to dock at the port of Tanis. He did not immediately return to Syracuse, which was not far from Tanis. This was because he had a strong sense of pride and did not want to return as a defeated general. He did not want to be criticized by Philistos and the people. So, he wanted to wait for Macias to annihilate the Dionians before returning to Syracuse together. This way, he would be able to bask in the glory of victory and avoid too much criticism. Unexpectedly, only a day later, there was news of a riot in Syracuse, followed by a riot in Tanis. Parannosus, who had received the bad news, was panic-stricken and bewildered. Although he led a fleet with more than 6,000 sailors, he had already lost control of the entire fleet when he was about to punish the sailors of the first deserter at Tanis port. So, when the officials of Tanis came to him for help, hoping that he could lead the army to suppress the rioting Democrats, he could only say that there was nothing he could do. When the sailors learned that the people of Syracuse port were also involved in a riot, they no longer wanted to stay in Tanis. They all clamored to return to Syracuse. Palinnisus could not stop them, nor did he dare to, so the entire fleet left Tanis at dusk yesterday. This was also the reason why the Dionysian fleet arrived at the sea near Tanis without any hindrance. Even though Tanis port had fallen into chaos and was no longer defended, the Dionysian fleet did not force their way in. Instead, they landed on a nearby beach and sent their troops ashore. Then, they turned around and headed for Cadani. Flarios was to inform Antrapolis of the First Legion's arrival. Antonio reorganized his troops after getting ashore and immediately sent Xenophanes to Leontini with a few cavalrymen to get in touch with him. Clearly, Antonios had overestimated the retreating army of Syracuse. The soldiers of the First Legion and the refugees had been waiting from morning to afternoon for a full 6 hours. During this time, they had lunch and a short nap to replenish their energy and strength. Antonios had also contacted Cadenai and Leontini a few times through the scouts. From there, he had a rough idea of the movements of the people of Syracuse. After Antonios had arranged everything, Syracuse finally arrived. Before the people of Syracuse could react from their shock, Antonios gave the order for the army to advance. The soldiers of the First Legion and the refugees were clad in armor and wielding spears. They lined up neatly and marched forward. Their eyes were filled with hatred. They wanted to avenge their comrades who had died in the bitter battle the day before. They wanted to avenge their city-state that had been destroyed by the people of Syracuse. Messias had long since become timid in the face of the approaching enemies. Although he had taken in more than 4,000 people along the way, all of them lacked helmets and armor and were in disarray. In order to make it easier to escape yesterday, many of the soldiers had thrown away their weapons and equipment. Furthermore, they had been trudging along the way and had been entangled with the rebel army of Cadenai for half a day. How could the exhausted soldiers still have the fighting spirit to continue fighting against the enemy who was waiting for them? Before Messias could give the order to retreat, the uneasy soldiers had already turned around and ran back. However, the soldiers had only taken a few steps before they stopped again. This was because a troop of about 1,000 people had appeared behind them. The people of Syracuse had already understood that they had fallen into an ambush. The troops were even more panicked. "Run up the mountain!" The soldiers shouted in panic. They rushed towards the mountain ridge in the west as if it was their only way out. However, when they reached the foot of the mountain, countless javelins and arrows were shot out from the dense forest. Amidst the screams, the people of Syracuse realized that there was an ambush on the mountain ridge as well. Yes, the light infantry of the First Legion and the people of Leontini had been waiting in the mountain ridge for a long time. The morale of the defeated soldiers of Syracuse was completely destroyed. The troops were scattered like a sheet of sand, scattering in all directions. Next, it was time for the soldiers of Dionia to capture the captives. At this moment, Antonios finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could no longer care about his dignity as a legion leader. He sat on the ground and happily watched as the soldiers chased after the fleeing enemies like eagles catching chicks. "Legion leader, someone's coming." Suddenly, a guard reminded him softly. He focused his gaze and saw a group of people walking towards him. He stood up unhurriedly and adjusted his helmet and breastplate. "Sir Antonios, congratulations. You've defeated the allied forces of Syracuse." The familiar-looking man who was walking at the front raised his arms and congratulated him excitedly. "Antraporis!" Antonios looked at him and asked loudly, "It's me, Sir Antonios. Actually, when we were at the mansion of Sir Devers, before Antraporis could finish his sentence, he heard the people around him exclaim in surprise. He immediately received a heavy punch to his face. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Along with the salty taste in his mouth, Antraporis wiped it with his hand and realized that the corner of his mouth was bleeding. He was instantly enraged. "This punch is for the soldiers of the First Legion who died in Megillo yesterday. It's also to vent the anger of the soldiers who have been running around under your command for the past few days." Antonio's cold voice entered Antraporis' ears. Not only did it dissipate his anger, but it also made him feel a little uneasy. As an ordinary citizen of Dionia, although he used the word hope in a letter he wrote to the high-ranking Senate senator and the legion leader of the First Legion, he, of course, knew that Antonios would not refuse him. Moreover, his special identity could not be used in formal occasions. This resulted in a strange phenomenon of an ordinary citizen of Dionia mobilizing a legion leader. If the other legion leaders knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. It was no wonder that Antonios hit him. since Dionysius invaded Greece. Countless people of Ionia have died in this war. Sicily is the rear that Syracuse has operated for many years. There are countless allies, a large population, and rich resources. The First Legion is facing danger alone. I have to do this in order to carry out His Majesty's order and end this war as soon as possible. In fact, we have won, haven't we? Lord Antonios, you are now the conqueror of southeastern Sicily. Antiporus' words were soft but firm. The meaning behind his words was, without my help, how could you, Antonios, have such glory? I'm afraid you would have been finished long ago. Of course, Antonios understood the meaning of his words. Among the generals of Ionia, he had a higher emotional intelligence. That was why the Devers sent him to Sicily instead of Amyntas. Antiporus had given him great help. He knew very well that he was just venting the frustration of being commanded by Antiporus for the past 2 days. In fact, he had held back when he punched. Otherwise, Antiporus would not have been able to get up. Yes, it's not easy to win. He sighed, tactfully expressing his gratitude to Antiporus. Then the two fell silent, leaving the Catanians who rushed to defend Antiporus and the guards who stopped them at a loss. After a while, it was Antiporus, who had a lower status, who spoke first. Lord Antonios, what plan do you need us to cooperate with next? Antiporus' low profile made it difficult for Antonios to be reserved. What's the situation in Syracuse now? He asked. According to the news we have received so far, the rioting people of Syracuse have occupied the entire city and port. Dionysius' men and mercenaries have retreated to Ortygia Island. As far as I know, it's Dionysius' old nest. It faces the sea on 3 sides and is connected to the city of Syracuse on one side. It has tall and thick walls and fortresses. The island is full of his supporters, and the rioting people can't capture it, Antiporus said thoughtfully. Chapter 566. As a general, who would not want to win? If he could completely capture Syracuse, the first Greek city-state in the Western Mediterranean, this glorious record would not only win the attention of the people of Ionia, but it would also amaze the entire Greek world. At that time, no one would laugh at him for being under the command of a spy. Antiporus saw through his thoughts. He hesitated for a moment and said, Sir Antonios, I hope. Oh no, I suggest that the First Legion doesn't go south for the time being and enter the territory of Syracuse. Oh, Antonios glanced at him. Although the words made him unhappy, he knew that Antiporus, who had been rooted in Sicily for a long time and could stir up such a huge riot, must know the situation here better than him. Therefore, he asked humbly why. The people of Syracuse have a characteristic. In times of peace and tranquility, they will reject any ambitious politicians with strong appeal and choose a mediocre democracy with many people. However, when faced with danger and destruction, they will voluntarily choose the strong and accept the dictatorship. Antiporus said solemnly, besides, Syracuse has been the largest Greek city-state in Sicily and even the entire Western Mediterranean for many years. Its citizens are often proud of this and are very sensitive to any foreign army entering their territory. The officials of Syracuse who were preparing to launch a riot previously refused my men and me to enter the city and assist them because they were afraid of being discovered by the people and causing their disgust. At the same time, they're also wary of us. Sir Antonios, if the First Legion appears under the city of Syracuse, the rioting people of Syracuse will not see us as reinforcements, but as enemies. If Dionysius's men take the opportunity to sow discord, it is very likely that Dionysius's forces will regain power and deal with us together. Antonios pondered for a long time. Before he came, he had a basic understanding of the situation in Syracuse. Syracuse was not a small town like Seculi. It was said to be a huge city with a population of 400,000. If it was really as Antiporus said, and the thousands of his men went over to take advantage of the chaos to capture Syracuse in one fell swoop and end the war completely, not only was it impossible, but they might also be wiped out. Antonios looked at the soldiers who were chasing the defeated enemy on the battlefield. From the moment they landed in Sicily until now, They had been fighting with their lives on the line for 3 consecutive days. It was not easy to achieve today's victory. As the Legion commander, he had to lead them to enjoy the glory of victory, not to fall into unknown danger. Thinking of this, Antonius slowly said, "Do you have any suggestions?" Androporus was waiting for him to say this. He quickly said, "It's best that the riots in Syracuse never stop. Let them kill each other and consume the strength of Syracuse. This is good for Dionia and the other city-states in Sicily." Androporus, who used to be a Catani, showed his hatred for Syracuse. He said with hatred, "And while Syracuse is in chaos, we should seize the time to let Seculi, Catani, Leontini, and..." Androporus pointed to tawnies not far away. "Let these city-states restore order and recognize Dionia's position as the leader of the alliance." In the last letter to me, His Majesty mentioned that the Catani plain is a vaster and more fertile plain than the Sabari plain, mainly volcanic soil. He hopes to let Dionia directly govern this area as much as possible. After hearing this, Antonios took a deep breath. He was still focused on how to defeat the strong enemy, but the Devers were already thinking about how to annex this land. Was this the gap between him and the Devers? Looking at the shocked Antonios, Androporus was equally uneasy. When he first read the meaning revealed in the letter from the Devers, Androporus himself felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he used to be a Catani. He had always hoped that Catani could overthrow the puppet rule of Syracuse and the exiles could return home. But he never thought of letting Catani accept the rule of another powerful force, even though this force was now the country he belonged to. But along with the letter written by the Devers, there was also a letter from Aristyrus. In the letter, his brother said, "Even if Catani, Leontini, and other city-states can gain independence in this war, whether it is against Syracuse or Carthage, they are too weak. It is inevitable that they will suffer the same disaster in the future. But once they are under the rule of Dionia, the safety of Catani will be guaranteed. And with the current regime of Dionia, the people of Catani will not have to worry about being oppressed and will have more political rights. My brother, more importantly, judging from the current course of this war, Syracuse's defeat is certain. Although Dionia has paid a huge sacrifice, it will gain a lot of land. The biggest headache for His Majesty in the future is not to get too many towns, but how to get more people to fill the empty land of Greece. Therefore, it is unlikely that there will be too many immigrants from Dionia in the Catania Plains. The original Catani will be the real masters of their hometown, and will also occupy a certain position in the political arena of Dionia. And as an original Catani, you are now a citizen of Dionia. After more than half a year of lurking in Sicily, you have gained the recognition and respect of many exiles. If you want to enter politics after the war, you will inevitably play a great role in the process of Catani's integration into Dionia, and you will also have a brighter future. Androporus was quite tempted after reading the letter. Now, after being stimulated by Antonios, he felt for the first time that he was so eager to get the title of Senator of Dionia. Therefore, not only did he not resist the idea of integrating Catani into Dionia, but he was determined to do his best to facilitate it. What about the city-states in the south? Antonios asked a little reluctantly. The city-states in the southeast corner of Sicily have always been allies with Syracuse, and they have a close relationship. Even if they overthrow the tyrant supported by Dionysius, their friendly relationship with Syracuse will not change much. If we enter rashly, it will only push them closer to Syracuse. Androporus told Antonios the conclusions of his serious analysis over the past half a year. As for the city-states on the south coast like Gela, Agrigento, His Majesty hopes to maintain a friendly relationship with them, and has no intention of letting them join the alliance of Dionia, so as to avoid arousing the vigilance and dissatisfaction of Carthage. Antonios nodded thoughtfully. It seems that we can let our brothers have a good rest. In the port of Lycaon in Corinth, the Amycleans, the occupiers of the central part of the Peloponnesian coalition, led by Sparta, were to return to their homeland to celebrate the Hyacinthus, according to custom. Considering that these soldiers had to pass through the city of Corinth on their way back, the high-spirited Aetius sent 300 Sparta heavy infantry to escort them home for the sake of safety and to show that Sparta valued the alliance. When the escort team sent the Amyclei to Sigaion, they casually returned to the port. As they passed by the city wall of Corinth, General Iphicrates of Athens led his light infantry out of the city gate and launched an attack on them. Although the heavily armored Sparta infantry responded hastily, they were not afraid of fighting because of their small numbers. Instead, they thought that this was a great opportunity to annihilate the defenders of Corinth, so they stood up and fought. However, the light infantry of Athens did not engage in close combat with them. Instead, they used their lightness to widen the distance between them and the Sparta soldiers, throwing javelins and launching long-range attacks. The Sparta soldiers charged forward many times, but they could not get close to the enemy. Instead, they used up their stamina in the process. In the sky full of flying javelins, their teammates were constantly hit by the javelins and fell to the ground. This way of fighting did not allow the Sparta soldiers to display their bravery at all. Instead, the soldiers were tortured by the moans of their teammates. After fighting for an hour, the morale of the Sparta soldiers hit rock bottom. The Sparta soldiers, who regarded death as glory and escape as shame, turned around and ran away. However, how could they outrun the light infantry when they were wearing heavy armor? As a result, they were almost wiped out by the Athens soldiers. When the battle ended, even the people of Athens themselves could not believe that it was real. Iphicrates and his troops gained confidence from this. When the news of this victory quickly spread throughout the anti-Sparta alliance, the people who were shrouded in fear of failure burst into enthusiastic cheers. Although this was not a big battle, the nearly 300 heavy infantry that were destroyed were real citizens of Sparta. The entire Sparta only had 3,000 to 4,000 strong citizens, not including the Pysias and Helaioth. The myth of the invincibility of Sparta was broken, and all the shaken city-states regained their confidence in resistance. Iphicrates, who was previously unknown, also became famous. When the news reached the Sparta alliance, Agesilaus was receiving the envoy of Thebes who asked for peace with the arrogance of a victor, and he made very harsh demands. At this time, when he received the news, his arrogance instantly turned into regret, and the entire army fell into sorrow. When the envoy of Thebes heard the news, he quickly left the camp of Sparta and no longer proposed peace. Chapter 567. As the news spread, the anti-Sparta alliance was excited, while Agesilaus was shocked. He had a premonition that the situation was not good and immediately ordered his troops to abandon the port and city that they had previously occupied in Corinth Bay to avoid being defeated one by one. However, this order came too late. Under the leadership of Iphicrates, the alliance's morale was boosted and they attacked separately. They recaptured Port Pilion and Sidon. As a result, the Sparta alliance's troops that were stationed in the occupied port towns in Corinth Bay and were about to enter the Piotia region were cut off. Agesilaus urgently ordered his younger brother, Turlucius, to lead a fleet to retrieve the scattered garrisons from the sea and place them in Lycaon and Sigon, focusing on defending these two important towns and ports in the Corinthian region. As a result, the Sparta alliance's offensive momentum was greatly affected, and they had no choice but to turn to defense. The anti-Sparta alliance attacked Lycaon several times, but they were all repelled and had no choice but to stop. The two sides were once again in a stalemate. However, the adventurous Iphicrates was not satisfied with the current situation. He led his light infantry with rations and boldly invaded the central part of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, Sparta's most loyal territory, Arcadia. He began to raid villages, loot food, destroy farmland, and repeatedly ambush the Arcadian army that came to attack them. In the end, the Arcadians did not dare to fight with him, but they could not ignore his crazy destruction, so they could only ask for help from Agesilaus. Agesilaus was in a dilemma when he received the Arcadians' request for help. At this time, the Sparta alliance was facing the pressure of the enemy's high morale and was feeling strained. Iphicrates' troops were the biggest headache for him. In his heart, he had already regarded this person as a formidable enemy. If he sent too few soldiers to help, he was afraid that this cunning general of Athens would defeat him. If he sent too many soldiers, he was afraid that the enemy in Corinth would take the opportunity to counterattack. However, Arcadia had to be saved. As the leader of the Peloponnesus alliance, Sparta was very different from the former leader of the Delian alliance, Athens. The attitude of Athens towards its allies could be said to be overbearing. They urged for tribute, sent armed colonization, supported the Democrats who were close to Athens, and the merchants of Athens had special privileges in the allies. When there was a local dispute, they had to go to the court of Athens to resolve it. Once they joined the alliance and wanted to leave, they would be attacked by the army of Athens. Sparta's attitude towards their allies was much better. As long as one did not betray them, Sparta would often discuss matters with their allies. This was because they did not have the huge population of Athens, nor did they have the strong financial resources of Athens, nor did they have the powerful navy of Athens. Even among the soldiers of the Sparta alliance, true Sparta warriors were always the minority. Sparta only relied on the illustrious reputation of the Sparta warriors for hundreds of years. However, if they left their allies, Sparta could not do anything. Therefore, although after defeating Athens, Sparta became arrogant and domineering, and their attitude towards their allies had changed, the essence of the matter remained the same. Sparta needed allies. As the king, Agesilaus knew this very well. So, he finally decided to return to Sparta and explain to the council of elders the reason for the setbacks during this period of time. At the same time, he asked the council of elders to send more reinforcements to Arcadia. The next morning, the Devers had just finished their breakfast when the guard captain Marcius entered the main tent. "Your Majesty, Middleades requests an audience." The Devers' heart skipped a beat. "Let him in." Middleades walked into the main tent anxiously and immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I'm here to ask for your forgiveness. After you gave the order yesterday, I sent more warships to patrol outside the port of Silatina. As you expected, there was indeed an enemy ship that rushed out of the port late at night. Our warships tried their best to block it, but the enemy's maneuvering skills were superb. They escaped from our encirclement and fled to the south. Our two fast ships have been chasing after them, but we have not received any news yet. Why did the people of Syracuse brave the great danger of sailing in the middle of the night to escape from the blockade of the Dionysian fleet?" Clerk Hinepolis recalled the conversation he had with the Devers yesterday. He could not help but shout, "Dionysius! Dionysius must have escaped." Middleades was shocked. He quickly looked at the Devers and saw the wise young king frowning slightly. He then relaxed and said with a smile, "Don't jump to the conclusion that Dionysius has escaped just from this piece of information. Middleades, the sea outside the port of Silatina is so wide. Even if we deploy all our warships, we may not be able to fill it. Moreover, we can only send 4 or 5 fast ships to patrol at night. If the enemy wants to escape, the fleet will not be able to stop them." "Your Majesty." Middleades was deeply grateful for the Devers' understanding. "But the enemy ships rushed in and out as if our fleet did not exist. This is a humiliation to the Dionysian fleet. It is a humiliation to every sailor and captain of Dionia." The Devers' expression became solemn. "Our fleet cannot be arrogant and complacent just because we have defeated Syracuse many times. We have forgotten that we are not as good as Syracuse in terms of the maneuvering skills of individual warships or the formation and coordination of the entire fleet. Our fleet has been able to win so many times only because of the Crows. We rely on the strength of our legion." The Devers' words made Middleades blush. He said shamefully, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. When I return, I will definitely train the fleet with Sir Syracuse. A year later, no, half a year later, you will see the standard of the Dionysian fleet improve significantly." The Devers nodded in relief. "Very good. I look forward to seeing a stronger Dionysian fleet in half a year's time." He then said, "Rise, Middleades. If I punish my valued generals just because 1 or 2 enemy ships escaped, I'm afraid it will not be long before Dionia does not have a good naval commander." The Devers' joke made Middleades relax a little. He stood up and asked hesitantly, but Dionysius, the Devers, interrupted him. This is not your concern. What you need to do now is to strengthen the security of the port and prevent the Syracuse fleet from escaping. At the same time, send 33-oared warships to Ligwim as soon as possible. Syracuse's fleet needs to be strengthened to gain the naval advantage in Sicily. Can you do it in 2 days? No need for 2 days, Your Majesty. I can send the required warships to Ligwim today. Mytiledes promised immediately. After sending the admiral off, Hinepolis hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, what if Dionysius really escapes? The Devers had already made up his mind. He said unhurriedly, What are you panicking for? If Dionysius escapes, it means that the battle in Greece is over. This is a good thing for us. But the First Legion in Sicily and the riot plan that Your Majesty has set up there will be affected. When the Devers sent the First Legion to Sicily, Hinepolis had heard about his plan from the Devers. He expressed his concern now. The Devers looked at him and said softly, Henny, you overestimate Dionysius. No matter how capable he is, don't forget that he left his entire army in Greece and fled to Syracuse alone. He is a deserter. What will the people of Syracuse who lost their loved ones think? What will the people of Sicily think? Although I don't know what's going on in Sicily these 2 days, it won't be easy for Dionysius to calm the people's anger. He ruled Syracuse and Sicily with his powerful military force. Now, most of his army is here. The Devers pointed at the city of Syracuse and sneered, Without enough troops, can he still suppress the people of Syracuse who want to overthrow him? Hinepolis's eyes lit up. So it's a good thing that Dionysius escaped. The Devers was silent for a moment. In fact, his words were to comfort himself. If Dionysius dared to escape alone, he must have a way to deal with the situation in Syracuse. After all, he had been operating in Sicily for many years. If he successfully escaped, the Devers' plan to disrupt Sicily might fail. It might even allow the tyrant to annihilate the First Legion and lead reinforcements to attack Greece. Hence, the Devers felt a sense of urgency. He said, First, we have to confirm if Dionysius escaped. For this reason, he called Isam of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade and ordered him to send soldiers to monitor the situation in Syracuse from all directions and report back at any time. For the whole morning, Syracuse remained calm. No messenger was sent to Dionysius' camp to ask for peace. Even the Syracuse scouts who patrolled in front of the city every day were gone. Only the number of soldiers on the city wall did not change. However, Dionysius, who usually appeared on the city wall every morning to observe the enemy, did not appear today. After understanding the situation, the Devers had an idea. In the afternoon, he sent the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to take turns shouting in front of Syracuse, People of Syracuse, you are defending the city seriously, but your tyrant Dionysius has escaped. People of Syracuse, surrender. Dionysius has abandoned you. Why are you still fighting here? Why did Dionysius escape? Because the First Legion of Dionia has captured Sicily and Catanae and is now attacking Syracuse. If Dionysius doesn't escape, he won't be able to return home. We did not lie to you. When you attacked our camp yesterday, did you see our First Legion? No, right? They have already landed at Naxos Bay. Dionysius blocked the news so that it would be easier for him to escape. Today, Dionysius did not appear in the city, did he? He has escaped. If you don't believe me, you can go to his tent and see if he is still there. Chapter 568. Originally, the Syracuse soldiers were informed by their officers that Sir Dionysius had caught a fever and was resting in his mansion, unable to patrol for the time being. However, the Dionia people's shouts were very convincing. Dionysius' escape alone had already caused him to panic, but Syracuse City is under attack was even more shocking. Not only were the soldiers panicking, but the officers could not sit still either. Therefore, many Syracuse militia and freedmen gathered at the West Courtyard Square, discussing the rumors nervously. In the end, they decided to meet Dionysius to verify the authenticity of the rumors. The army of thousands of people blocked Dionysius' temporary residence in a grandiose manner. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Phasippises, Leptinus, Androstini, and a few other generals were running around anxiously like ants on a hot pan. When Phasaphizes heard the rumors, he was shocked. The news of Dionysius's departure was only known to those present. How did the Dionia people know about it? Could it be that someone was communicating with Dionia? Secondly, Dionysius said that he rushed back to Syracuse because the Dionia people had landed in Megero. But now the Dionia people said that they had already occupied many cities in Sicily and were attacking Syracuse city. Although the enemy's words could not be easily trusted, now that he thought about it, even if the Dionia people landed in Sicily, Messias would be able to deal with them. Yet Dionysius left in such a hurry. Was it really possible? After all, the Dionia people had accurately stated the fact that Dionysius had left. Phasaphizes' mind was racing, and so were the others. The atmosphere in a room was heavy, but outside the room, it was noisy. Everyone, the soldiers have been incited by the rumors spread by the people of Dionia. They insist on seeing His Excellency Dionysius. What should we do to quell this chaos? Phasaphizes asked anxiously, breaking the silence. Of course we can't let them in. If they know that Sir Dionysius has indeed left, there will definitely be chaos. One of the generals said firmly. But how can we stop them from coming in? Phasaphizes said worriedly, there are thousands of soldiers outside. Once they lose their patience, the guards won't be able to stop them. Why don't we send someone out and make an oath in the name of a god, saying, Lord Dionysius didn't leave. He's just seriously ill. Their presence will affect the treatment of Lord Dionysius. When Lord Dionysius recovers, he'll meet with them. The leader of the secret agents, Androstini, suggested. This is a good idea. Phasapex's eyes lit up. Then he looked around at the crowd and asked, who is willing to persuade the soldiers? Everyone stopped talking. Their gazes were either looking up or down, but they didn't want to make eye contact with Phasaphizes. Lord Androstini? Phasaphizes asked in desperation. I'm just a nobody in charge of gathering information for Lord Dionysius. How can the soldiers believe what I say? Androstini shrugged and tactfully rejected. Phasaphizes thought so and shifted his gaze to Dionysius's younger brother, Sir Leptinus. The straightforward Leptinus hurriedly shook his head and said directly, I will never make such a false oath in the name of a god. Phasaphizes immediately felt bitter. He thought, as Dionysius's younger brother, you're not willing to do it. Do you think others are willing to do it? That's blasphemy. When Phasaphizes turned his gaze to the other generals, one of them said impatiently, General Phasaphizes, when Lord Dionysius left, he gave you the authority to command this army. If you don't go and persuade the soldiers, are you going to make us go? That's right. That's right. You're the most powerful person in Syracuse right now, and you have the highest prestige among the soldiers. There's no better candidate than you. A few generals spoke at once, and Phasaphizes' heart skipped a beat. He could feel a strong sense of jealousy from his comrades' words. At this time, Androstini and Leptinus also expressed their agreement. The reason they reached an agreement so quickly was because they knew very well that this was a dangerous task, using lies to deceive tens of thousands of Syracuse citizens and freedmen. If one day the truth was exposed, the executor would definitely incur the wrath of the people of Syracuse. Not only would he be ostracized in Syracuse, he might even be accused of blasphemy by the people in power and be heavily punished. Phasaphizes naturally knew the pros and cons of this. Seeing these people quickly unite and isolate him, he felt a sense of desolation in his heart. As a normal citizen of Syracuse, he was able to become a general that Dionysius trusted because of his foresight, skill, and adaptability. He did not only know how to flatter Dionysius, he could always make decisions that were beneficial to him at crucial times. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Phasaphizes was silent for a while. He repeatedly deliberated in his heart and finally made up his mind. However, his expression remained calm as he stood up and said, All right, I'll go and persuade the soldiers. The crowd revealed a joyful expression as they watched Phasaphizes walk out of the mansion with heavy steps. Isn't this not too good? Leptinus said with some pity. The others ignored him. Suddenly, an even louder roar erupted from outside the mansion. Everyone in the house could hear it clearly. We want to go home. We want to go back to Syracuse. What happened outside? Androstini felt uneasy. At this moment, a guard barged in and said in a panic, "Sirs, General Facipizes. General Facipizes has announced to the soldiers, Lord Dionysius has left the Sirius, and he will soon return with reinforcements from Sicily." What? Damn you, Luciperzes! How could he speak the truth? Sir Ocratin, we'll reach Crotone soon after we go around this point. The captain shouted. Ocratin nodded, indicating that he understood. As a senator of Carthage's Senate, Ocratin was Hanno's confidant. This time, he was ordered by Hanno to negotiate with Dionia. Dionia, the Greek city-state alliance that Carthage did not take seriously, had surprised Carthage in the war against Italy. Not only did they defeat the insufferably arrogant Dionysius at sea and on land, but they also sent troops to land in Sicily. The news spread to Carthage, and the people were in an uproar, especially when they saw Carthage's merchant ships transporting hundreds of tons of grain and thousands of Syracuse prisoners. They were even more elated. Compared to Carthage, the people's impression of Dionia's alliance had improved, while the senators were discussing the sudden change in the situation between Greece and Sicily. Hanno sent Ocratin to Dionia in hopes that he could find out the intentions of this city-state alliance that had just signed a friendly agreement and see if they could reach an alliance to protect Carthage's interests in Sicily. At the same time, it would be convenient for Hanno to propose in the Senate that he remove the governor of Sicily. Ocratin learned from the Carthage emissary who had accompanied the grain ship to Turin that Dionia's army was besieging Silatina. Their new king, who could really make decisions, was also in the army. So, Ocratin canceled his plan to go to Turin and prepared to go directly to Dionia's camp in Silatina. However, the port of Silatina was in the hands of Syracuse. If they forcefully landed on the nearby beach and soaked the precious Bolton in the sea, Ocratin felt that it would damage the image of a great city-state emissary. So, he decided to stop the ship at the port of Crotone and take a look at the situation of the famous city-state of Crotone in Greece after being massacred by the Syracuse. After going around the promontory, Ocratin saw 7 or 8 three-oared warships lined up in the sea in front of him. Sometimes they charged, sometimes they retreated, and sometimes they circled. The columns cooperated with each other and often crossed each other. Obviously, this was the Dionysian fleet training. Ocratin looked for a while, but did not see the warship Raven that was rumored to have defeated the Syracuse fleet, so he lost interest. Just as the ship was about to turn into the port, a fast ship came and stopped them. Ocratin noticed that the sail of the other ship also had the symbol of the Dionia alliance, which was black hair entwined with a double thigh. He was slightly surprised. Crotone actually relied on Dionia to such an extent that even the port was patrolled by the Dionysian fleet. After the patrol ship asked Ocratin about the purpose of his visit, it took the initiative to navigate ahead. After entering the port, he found out why the Dionysian fleet was patrolling the sea of Crotone. Most of the piers at the port were burned, the wreckage of ships were everywhere on the beach, and there were many charred ship planks floating on the sea. The land was full of ruins. It was pitch black. Ocratin saw all this and could not help but think of the tragedy caused by the Syracuse after conquering Mortia. He could not help but curse. Damn Dionysius! Such brutality, the gods will punish him. There were not many ships in the port. Most of them were merchant ships from Dionia, carrying some necessities that the Crotone people urgently needed: olive oil, tar, pottery, furniture, ironware. Ocratin's ship stopped at a relatively intact port. The Carthage emissary group went ashore and followed the captain of the patrol ship. Chapter 569. The people of Crotone, who used to be the strongest nation in Greece, had to scavenge for a living. As a Carthage citizen who had dealt with Crotone before, Ocratin could not help but sigh when he recalled the bustling scene he had seen here. Ciudad Crotone was huge. Ocratin did not see many young men along the way. He could not help but wonder, did Dionysius kill all the citizens of Crotone? The citizens of Syracuse are working in the fields. When Syracuse's army besieged Crotone, they destroyed all the fields outside the city. They have to take advantage of the early spring to plant more crops. Otherwise, there won't be anything to eat in autumn. The captain of the patrol ship explained. When he reached the center of the city, what entered Akron's eyes was no longer the smoldering ruins, but a construction site with many people working hard. This is our citizens helping the people of Crotone build houses, the captain of the patrol ship said. Akron looked at the busy construction site in front of him. Out of the nature of a businessman, he asked, "How much do you charge for building a house for the people of Crotone?" The captain smiled. "The people of Crotone have nothing now. They don't have the money to pay us. The citizens are volunteering to build houses for them." In fact, the captain of the patrol ship did not tell the truth. Helping the people of Crotone rebuild their homes was the suggestion of the Devers. The people who participated in the construction would not be able to get gold or silver, but their contributions would be recorded. After the war, they would be commended by the Senate of Dionia. This meant that they would be given land and citizenship. Therefore, most of the people who came to Crotone were freedmen and probationary citizens. He then realized how big of a business opportunity this was. He had heard that the territory of Dionia had also been ravaged by the people of Syracuse. There were also the cities of Syracuse and Trine. If these cities needed the help of the people of Dionia to rebuild, the amount of resources needed would be enormous. Dionia alone would definitely not be able to supply them. If his family could also get involved, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Now he was glad that he had been chosen by Hanno to go to Dionia. If he did not seize this opportunity, Balaman would punish him. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not see the captain go straight to the work site, and a moment later he came with a man to Acraton. The man saluted Acraton and said, "Honorable Carthaginian emissary, welcome. I am Agasia, senator of Dionia and governor of Esprestum." Acraton immediately returned the greeting and said in pure Greek, "I am Acraton, senator of Carthage. I have been appointed by the Senate to meet your king." Previously, Agatha had heard that Ansitanos had a closed-door banquet when he first came to Carthage. She had thought that this Carthaginian envoy would be difficult to get along with, but Acraton was surprisingly easy to talk to. The two of them chatted while walking. Under Acraton's intentional guidance, Agasia talked more about the destruction that the army of Syracuse had inflicted on Dionia, as well as the difficulties of rebuilding Cremissa and Crotone. Acraton took note of all these in his heart. The group walked out of the west gate of Crotone. Although it was called a gate, it was actually just a large gap in the broken wall. After leaving the city, Acraton saw countless tents set up by the moat. Many people were going in and out of the tent area. It was very lively. Someone saw Agasia and took the initiative to greet him. Obviously, this senator of Dionia was very popular in Crotone. "Is this where the people of Crotone live?" Acraton asked casually. "Yes. As you have seen just now, the whole city was burned down by the damned people of Syracuse. It is impossible to live in the city. These tents were part of the Dionysian army's gift to Crotone after we seized them from Syracuse's camp." Agasia was not angry when he said this. He was in a good mood. After all, when the news of Crotone's destruction reached Turii, the native Turii people even applauded and cheered, saying that it was the punishment of the goddess of vengeance to Crotone. Agasia remembered something and quickly said, "Lord Acraton, let me take you to meet the chief general of Crotone, Lucius." "There is no need. My mission this time does not include Crotone." Acraton refused directly. If Crotone was still the powerful Crotone of the past, Acraton might have other ideas. However, after seeing the current state of Crotone and how much they relied on Dionia, Acraton had lost interest. Moreover, he did not want to anger the people of Dionia. Therefore, the emissary group led by Acraton went ashore at the port of Crotone and crossed the entire Ciudad Crotone. However, they did not meet the owner of the place and left just like that. It was already noon when Acraton and his entourage arrived at the Dionia camp in Silatina. It had only been 2 days since the people of Syracuse attacked the camp. Even though the burned left camp was being rebuilt by the soldiers of Dionia, there were still wooden fences blackened by smoke and burnt tents in the camp. Acraton imagined the fierce battle that took place here. After receiving the notice from the cavalry sent by Agassiz, the Devers went out of the camp to welcome them. They had the guards line up neatly on both sides of the road. The bugles, drums, and flutes played a beautiful melody. Akhenaton was pleasantly surprised by such a grand welcoming ceremony. He happily followed the Devers into the main tent. In the history of his previous life, Carthage was too famous as a strong opponent of Rome. This was the first time the Devers had seen Carthage. They could not help but look at the emissary before them curiously. He was slightly plump, of average height, black hair, dark brown eyes, thick black eyebrows, and slightly tanned skin. If not for his straight nose bridge and slightly wide nose, he looked similar to his compatriots in his previous life. The Devers inexplicably had a good impression of him. Akhenaton was also looking at the new king of Dionia. Before he went on this mission, he had specially investigated the situation of Dionia. He knew that the establishment and rapid rise of the Dionia alliance had a lot to do with this person before him. But, Lord Balaman above, he was too young. He was so young, yet he had so much power. It was really enviable. Honorable emissary of Carthage, Carthage is a great city-state. We are very grateful for your great help during the most difficult times of Dionia. With the precious food supply, we can carry on this terrible war. The sincere words of the Devers made Akhenaton happy. He immediately said, Honorable King of Dionia, Carthage is not only rich in grains. Our other goods are also famous in the Western Mediterranean. The invasion of Syracuse has caused great damage to Greece. It is truly distressing. We, Carthage, wish to provide assistance to Dionia and other city-states in the reconstruction. I wonder if your majesty. The Devers was taken aback. The way the emissary of Carthage spoke reminded him of Merce's. He smiled and said, Previously, the friendship agreement between Dionia and Carthage includes free trade. We naturally welcome Carthage to provide abundant goods to hasten the reconstruction of Greece. If Lord Akhenaton has his own caravan, I can provide you with special assistance in doing business in Greece. Really? The moment Akhenaton spoke, he realized he had lost his composure. He hurriedly coughed a few times and sat back on his wooden chair. The Devers turned to Hennepolis, who was standing by the side, and said solemnly, Henny, note down this matter. Note down Lord Akhenaton's name as well. Inform the commercial officer, Marigi. Yes, your majesty. Hennepolis glanced at Carthage's emissary with a disdainful gaze. He then sat down at the wooden table and started writing. Akhenaton tried his best to suppress the urge to say thank you. He praised loudly. Senator Carthage admires the outstanding performance of the Dionia alliance in this war. Although Dionia is weaker than Syracuse, they were able to defeat Syracuse at sea and on land. They crushed Dionysius's ambition to conquer Greece. You must know that Dionysius, the dictator of Syracuse, is extremely greedy and violent. He has destroyed many famous city-states in Sicily. We, Carthage and the other Greek city-states have suffered greatly. Dionysius's powerful military force has rendered us helpless. The victory of Dionia over Syracuse has caused the people of Sicily and Carthage to rejoice. We were forced to do so. Devers sighed and answered with a solemn expression. If we couldn't defeat Syracuse, Syracuse would destroy Dionia. Therefore, the people of Dionia united and fought back with all their might. Although we managed to repel the enemy, we paid a huge price. When I came here, I saw the great destruction that Syracuse had caused to Greece. I deeply sympathize with the great sacrifices that Dionia has made in this war. But it was all worth it, wasn't it? Akhenaton politely expressed his concern, then turned around and pointed outside the tent. The army of Syracuse has been besieged by your majesty's army in the Syrium, and it looks like the people of Syracuse are powerless to break through your blockade. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy to take down a city defended by tens of thousands of people. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do next? Continue to besiege the enemy until they run out of food and surrender? I believe that with so many Dionia soldiers out on the battlefield, Dionia must be under a lot of pressure. Of course, Carthage is willing to continue providing food aid to Dionia at a fair price. Chapter 570. Peace Negotiation. Ecriton was shocked. Yes, Syracuse wants to stop the war with Dionia and give up the land they occupied in Greece and the Locri alliance. In exchange, the troops in Syracuse will be allowed to return to Sicily safely, said the Devers solemnly. King Devers, are you going to agree to their conditions? Asked Ecriton immediately. I'm thinking about it. Just like what you said, Dionia has faced many difficulties since the start of the war. It's not just about food, it's also because the citizens have come out to fight. The affairs within the alliance have been neglected, and the citizens are weary of the war. Sigh. The Devers shook his head and sighed. King Divers, I don't think you can stop the war with Syracuse at this time, because Dionia's national strength cannot compare to Syracuse's. Don't be fooled by Syracuse's consecutive defeats in Greece. It only needs a year or two to recuperate before it can gather a huge army and invade Greece again. In fact, our Carthage learned this painful lesson during the war with Syracuse. Is 1 or 2 years enough for Greece to recover its strength after suffering great damage? Ecriton reminded loudly with a concerned expression. Then, the Devers hesitated and asked, "What do you suggest? Completely annihilate the Syracuse army in Syracuse?" Ecriton said sternly, "It'll be better if we can capture Dionysius. He's the main culprit of all the wars in Sicily and Greece." The Devers felt that he could vaguely see Carthage's attitude towards Syracuse in this war. However, he was prepared to probe Carthage's bottom line. Hence, he continued to ask in a hesitant tone, "Just like what you've said, Syracuse's strength far exceeds Dionia's. Even if we annihilate this army, Syracuse and Sicily can still threaten Greece's safety. Dionia will face the danger of war at any time. Then what should we do to completely eliminate this danger?" Completely eliminate? Then we might as well annihilate Syracuse. This is something that even our Carthage can't do, let alone Dionia. Ecriton's arrogant tone elicited a snort from Henipolis. Under the Devers' reproachful gaze, Henipolis lowered his head and continued with his work. Ecriton felt that he was magnanimous. He ignored the young man's rudeness and continued to point out the direction for Dionia's next. "Syracuse, Syracuse, 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 Syracuse," said. Syracuse, said Syracuse. Syracuse, 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 Syracuse. Syracuse, 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 Syrac, Syracuse, not Syracuse, Syrac Haven. Syrac is Syracuse. Have Syracuse, the Syracuse, Syracuse, have Syracuse, sigh off, sigh there. Duh. Syrac Haven, your troops already landed in Sicily? As long as the army of Dionia continues to fight in the eastern part of Sicily, the Greek city-states and the people will definitely rise up and support you against the dictatorship of Dionysius. The Sicilian alliance established by Syracuse will definitely be broken, and Syracuse will no longer be the overlord of Sicily. The more Ecriton spoke, the more agitated he became. He even clenched his fist. Divers, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He exchanged a glance with Henipolis, who had quietly left the tent and quickly returned. Divers then said slowly, "Lord Eclendon's words are very reasonable, and I'm very tempted by them. However, Dionia has only sent 4,000 soldiers to Sicily. Originally, they only wanted to harass and destroy the eastern part of Sicily, forcing Dionysius to lead part of his army back to Sicily and relieve our pressure in Greece. However, I received an urgent report from Sicily the day before yesterday. Our troops that landed in Sicily were attacked by the 20,000 soldiers led by General Macias of Syracuse. They're in a very difficult situation. It seems that fighting in Sicily won't be easy if Carthage can seize the opportunity when Syracuse's army is away and its territory is defenseless to attack from the western part of Sicily. Then Syracuse won't be able to resist at all. By then, not only will Syracuse's alliance crumble easily, even Syracuse City, which hasn't been occupied for hundreds of years, may be breached." After listening to the Devers' agitated and tactful request, Ecriton's originally vigorous demeanor became somewhat awkward. He avoided Devers' seemingly excited gaze and stammered, Carthage and Syracuse signed a peace agreement a few years ago. Carthage will abide by the agreement and will not violate it within the time limit. Carthage has always kept its promises. This is the main reason why Carthage can become the wealthiest city-state in the western Mediterranean Sea. Hippolytus looked at Carthage's pretentious attitude and sneered in his heart. The Devers looked disappointed. He slumped on the wooden chair and said in a low voice, "Sigh, what a pity. Although Carthage can't participate in the war, we will support Dionia with all our might." Aukriton shouted hastily. He was here because Hanno wanted to deepen the relationship between Dionia and Carthage. He wasn't here to stop the war between Dionia and Syracuse. If he returned with such an outcome, how would he dare to face Hanno? Aukriton was slightly anxious. Not only will we continuously supply you with grains, but we will also provide high-quality weapons. We are also willing to provide a huge loan for Dionia to recruit mercenaries when you lack manpower. The Devers' eyes lit up and immediately said, "That's great. With Carthage's selfless help, we are confident that we can defeat Syracuse. Henny, bring me a pen and paper. I want to give Lord Aukriton a list of supplies that Dionia urgently needs." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hippolytus immediately stood up and handed the pen and paper to Aukriton. Aukriton was dumbfounded when he saw the Devers' sudden change from dejection to confidence. He quickly said, "King Devers, before you make the list, please sign a new agreement with me." "A new agreement?" The Devers looked confused, but his heart tightened. The true purpose of Carthage's visit was finally revealed. "Yes, a new agreement. Under your leadership, the Dionysian army's outstanding performance on the battlefield has once again changed the view of the Carthage Senate on this war. Carthage hopes that after giving full support to Dionia and obtaining victory in this war, Dionia will not be able to." Before Aukriton could finish, he was interrupted by the voice of the guard captain, Marcius, who had lifted the curtain and entered the tent. "Your Majesty, the report from the 1st Legion is here. Quick, show it to me." The Devers could not wait to take the papyrus scroll from Marcius's hands. Aukriton, who was interrupted, could not help but widen his eyes in curiosity. "That's great," the Devers shouted excitedly and said in a clear voice. In the letter, Antonius said, "The 1st Legion has completely defeated the Syracuse coalition led by Macias and has occupied Tauromenion. There has been a large-scale riot in the middle of the entire east coast of Sicily. The people in Sicily, Catani, Leontini, and Taunus have overthrown the dictatorship of Dionysius. At the same time, the people in Syracuse have also rebelled and chased the supporters of Dionysius toward Tige Island." At this point, the Devers paused for a moment and said in a more serious tone, Antonius also said, "These newly independent city-states are afraid that they will be viciously retaliated by the powerful Syracuse in the future. All of them have requested to join the Dionia alliance." "Really?" Hippolytus and Marcius were shocked. "Take a look." The Devers handed over the papyrus scroll in his hand with a happy expression. "Let me take a look first." Aukriton did not care about his manners as a guest and snatched the scroll with unprecedented agility. He could not wait to open it and read it carefully. The Devers and Hippolytus looked at each other and smiled. The war report was indeed real. However, it was not just delivered, but it had been delivered in the morning. The Devers let Hippolytus and Marcius put on this show, but at the same time, they got rid of Carthage's plan. Aukriton read it over and over again with a look of disbelief. He did not expect that the war situation in southern Italy would suddenly turn out like this after he left Carthage for less than 2 days. How was he supposed to say that after the war, Dionia is not allowed to set foot in Sicily? This is really... Aukriton did not know what to say for a moment. After a while, he said, "Has the situation described in this been confirmed?" "Sir Aukriton, Dionia has a military law. It states that no one is allowed to make false reports. If the war report is verified to be inconsistent with the truth, the punishment will be different depending on the severity of the situation. The lightest punishment will be demotion, and the heaviest punishment will be death. Although Antonius is the commander of a legion, he would not dare to make such a mistake," the Devers answered seriously.